All right, good evening, everybody. Let's call this meeting to order. First up, we have to adopt our agenda, and we have a full agenda full of exciting items this evening. So who'd like to move it?
Motion to move the agenda.
All right, thanks, Councillor Singh. Any questions, conversation? All in favor? Carried. Looking for a motion to approve the previous minutes. Oh, no, Councillor Gill.
So moved.
All right, thank you. All in favor? Carried. Which brings us right into delegations. We are starting this evening with Mr. Singh to introduce the Bighill Creek Preservation Society. I just see your name is on the. Yeah, sorry. That is whose name is on the agenda, but we have an invited guest. Would the Bighill Preservation Society please join us at the podium? Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak to you tonight. My name is Jerry Beets. I'm I suppose, the notional president of the Bighill Creek Preservation Society. I have a presentation for you here, but before I start that, I'd like to make a little advertisement. This is the State of the Watershed report that the Bighill Creek Preservation Society has created for Bighill Creek drainage. Excuse me. It's been 10 years in the making. It's a broad spectrum of baseline data that identify the history and the current qualities of the drainage from top to bottom throughout the last 10,000 years. And it's a comprehensive document, as I said, and it's available on our website. And we will get a copy of it to you tomorrow. So thank you for allowing me that time. So my presentation tonight will focus on the unique qualities of the Bighill Creek drainage and the importance in maintaining and preserving it over the course of time, and the importance that it has to the town of Cochrane. The first slide here is a photo of a great blue heron, excuse me, which is standing on a beaver dam in Bighill Creek, just upstream of the reserves that we are the managers of. There is a colony of Bighill, a great blue heron that have been there for at least 50 years and possibly 100 years. And we can look at a little closer at that as we get further into these slides. It appears that I need my glasses for this. So, is it? It's not progressing. Oh, well, there we go. So we want to stress that Bighill Creek drainage is a very unique drainage. It has vital historic, ecological, and recreational qualities that are truly assets to the town of Cochrane. It offers a direct connection from Cochrane up to Bighill Springs Provincial Park. It supports the culture of Cochrane as an outdoor, environmentally focused population. It must, over the course of time, receive legal protection in order to retain the long-term value that currently exists in the drainage. And as we'll note over time, it is at risk from encroaching development, both by the town of Cochrane and by Rocky View County. And your forecasts are certainly much better than my knowledge of the forecasted population of Cochrane, but I understand that over the next 25 or 30 years, the population will just about double. And so the footprint, the impacts on the drainage, and the demands for recreation and outdoor activities will increase with that. And it's our objective over the course of time to make people aware of the value of this drainage so that it can be protected over time. Excuse me. So starting from the top of this slide, and I'm sorry, this cursor is a little bit vague. Up in the north end, that's Beaver Dam Creek. It was the headlands. You'll find some of the lands up there are owned by the University of Calgary. We would hope and expect that those will be preserved over the course of time. And further down the drainage, there are about 1,000 acres of lands that are in this area that are protected by the Nature Conservancy of Canada. Now, the drainage itself is unique in that 10,000 years ago, this whole area was covered by a kilometer of ice. And as that ice regressed, a pool of water developed on top of the glacier. It was released spontaneously, and over the course of a couple of weeks, gouged out the drainage that we see today. The drainage cut down, or this explosion of water cut down through the till that overlies the floodplain. It cut down through the Pascapoo sandstone, which is the bedrock, and down about 300 feet into what we see today. The impact of that was that it released springs that sustain the flow of water that comes into the creek. You'll see down here, of course, is Bighill Springs Provincial Park in the midsection. Most of this conversation that I'll have tonight is focused on the area from 567 Bighill Springs Provincial Park and down towards the town of Cochrane. I might add on this slide one other thing, is that we have seen the remnants of native cultures that have existed in this drainage here at Ranch Park and all the way up through the drainage. The First Nations have been in this area, in this valley, for the last 8,000 years. So our mission statement and objectives: to ensure the natural and historical values of Bighill Creek watershed are preserved for this and future generations. And I can speak for myself and maybe a few others in this room. It is the future generations. It's 20 or 30 or 40 years down the pike that we are truly focused on protecting this landscape. Because if we don't, by death by 1,000 cuts over the course of time, the value of the landscape will be diminished. Our objectives are to maintain and enhance the biodiversity throughout the drainage, protect the watershed health, including the springs and the riparian zones and the water quality therein, encourage systems of stewardship. We're encouraging local landowners and societies such as ourselves to make the public aware of the value of the drainage and move towards those, creating those larger areas of protected space. And promote preservation through community engagement and the promotion of responsible use. We believe that people need to go out on the landscape. They need to experience it in order to value it and then protect it. And then we want to implement all the recommendations that come out of the watershed report that I mentioned to you a few minutes ago. So this slide is a representation of the Rocky View County Parks and Open Spaces Master Plan, which was created in 2011. There are two specific issues that I'd like to point out here. One is that the green areas that you can see highlighted, which are the Bighill Creek area, they're recognized as environmentally significant areas. And they are the ones that need most immediate protection. This is the riparian zone and the areas in proximity to the riparian zone. If we had our druthers, we would see setback from the edge of the escarpment in order to protect the true nature of the drainage. And the Open Spaces Master Plan also recommended an active transportation system, which you can see highlighted on this slide. And again, you'll see all of this in a package that comes to you tomorrow. So this is a photograph and a challenge. This is what we would like the town of Cochrane to consider. The value of this drainage to the town as a historic recreation and valuable open space that needs protection, and we'd like to encourage you to support that effort. This picture shows quite dramatically a couple of the aspects of the drainage. You can see along the left-hand side, that's what I refer to as the dry side. That's the side in which the mule deer live. On the other side, the forested side, is where the white-tailed deer live. It's split into these ecological zones because of the nature of the drainage, the fact that it's deeply incised, and that the spring-fed creek is there on all year long on a consistent basis. You can see that some of the Paskapoo sandstone that's erupted over the edges, on the edge of the coulee here, and this was the bedrock through which the water cut when the valley was first created. Some of the quarries that were developed along the creek are located down across from where Mount St. Francis Retreat is now. This slide is actually, and you're more familiar with it probably than I am, it's fairly old now, and Sunset has now developed, and most of this area that's shown in brown here is covered with houses. We would expect, or I would expect, that over the course of the next 20 or 30 years, these other quarter sections will probably be encouraged to be annexed into the town, and we'll see an expansion of the population of Sunset or other neighborhoods move on up the coulee. This will again put more pressure on the coulee itself in terms of visitation, in terms of potential impact on wildlife, and the impacts on general biodiversity. Down on the left-hand corner, you can see part of Ranch Park and the trail system that's in place there. Sorry, I'm losing this cursor. And of course, this is Ranch Park. As a show of hands, because I'm supposed to know my audience a little bit, how many people have walked up past the end of Ranch Park? Just about everybody. So then you know that the next section of land here is Mount St. Francis Retreat. It flows, it covers the escarpment here, and then they have a part of a quarter section up on the north side of the creek. And then once you walk through the Mount St. Francis lands on their trail system, you enter the Rocky View County municipal and environmental reserves, which are stewarded by Bighill Creek Preservation Society. The operating road that used to flow from or move cars and passengers all the way from Cochrane up to the park operated from about 1920 until the late 1970s. At that time, it was decommissioned, and so the road now ends at approximately this location, right there. The rest of the roadway is intact except for the removal of 2 bridges that were taken out when the road was decommissioned in the late 70s. That's what I wanted to point out on this slide. I guess the other thing I would suggest to you is that over the course of time, these properties on the lower portion of this slide will also probably be promoting themselves as potential annexation properties. The Mount St. Francis Retreat staff are supportive of nature, and so I don't think that in the near term Mount St. Francis lands will be at risk, but certainly other privately held lands along that way will be. So this slide demonstrates more graphically the roadway that extends from the end of Ranch Road up to the park. And as I said, it's a decommissioned road allowance. It's still readily identifiable by the ditches on either side and for most of it. And there are only the 2 only the 2 creek crossings that need to be replaced in order to make it an active and usable transportation corridor for more people. What we see today is people wanting to walk through there, people going out for runs. We see classes from the high schools out doing their phys ed programs up through our reserves and up into the road allowance as it moves north into towards the park. We have put in place signage to say if you're moving up towards the park on the road allowance, please recognize that all the lands on either side are private and they need to be respected. There may be cattle at large, so that they need to be kept away from, and certainly wildlife needs to be avoided. But other than that, it's a wonderful place to walk, and we certainly recognize that people have a desire to do that. So going back up towards the park, this is another indication of the unique qualities of this specific drainage. And that's because this is the aquifer that serves the Bighill Springs Provincial Park, which you can see down here on the middle right-hand side. Half the water that comes into Bighill Creek originates at the main spring of Bighill Springs Provincial Park. All the water that you see when you go to the park originates in an area half the size probably of this room from one spring. And it's an amazing sight to see. It's off limit to the public, basically for its protection. But at any time of the year, you can go there below or 40 above. The water comes out quite consistently, and it's about plus 6 degrees Fahrenheit. The aquatic life that in that area in the spring stays healthy all year round. One thing that many people don't know is that this drainage and this aquifer extends beyond the topographical height of land separating Cochrane Lake from Bighill Springs Provincial Park. So rain that falls into Cochrane Lake in all likelihood finds its way over into the park and then down this creek and into the town of Cochrane. The springs at the park are nationally recognized. They're significant for two reasons. One is the quality and quantity of the water that comes out, but also the tufa formations that are resultant from the nature of the. If the water is and the spring is left unprotected, it's at serious risk from gravel mining. And what we see today is these gravel mines. There are 1,300 acres in total. One has operated for a number of years. Another one is subject to an appeal under the Water Act. But these three-quarter sections are right across the barbed wire fence from the spring that I just described to you. The indications that we have is that Burnco, the owner of those lands, is quite interested in pursuing a gravel operation there. So one of our main objectives is to protect the mainspring of the park, and of course that's the lifeblood of the park and the creek and the magnet that draws over 250,000 visitors a year to the park and will sustain the drainage and all the recreation downstream from there for the next decades and centuries if it's allowed to be protected. The spring and the quality of the water that emanates from the spring produces tufa formations, which are calcium carbonate deposits, which in my language basically they flash out of the water as the water is released into the atmosphere, and as they come down through the park, they recondense on whatever is available. And there's a very interesting feature at the park. If you're up there sometime, you can see a large bow shape protruding into about the middle of the park. That is a tufa formation that is now covered with grass and shrubs. But 10,000 years ago, or sometime between now and 10,000 years ago, that was a beaver dam. And that beaver dam accumulated tufa and the formation on top of it. And so this is a nationally recognized spring, and the tufa formations that result from it are nationally recognized among the top 10 in Canada. So this is a picture looking south from the highlands in the park. It represents the parkland ecosystem that is predominant in the drainage, but is in very short supply across the rest of Alberta because of agricultural activity. So this, again, is a reason that this area is unique and needs to be protected. Now, biodiversity. And Our study, as you will see, has done a significant amount of work looking at the amount of biodiversity in the drainage. Every year we sponsor a BioBlitz, which takes citizen science out onto the landscape with their phones to record photos of fauna and flora that they will see, and then all of that information is uploaded into an international database, and it becomes part of the current record of the quality of the environment in this area. These are trumpeter swans that are on a lake just north of Highway 567, north of Bighill Springs Provincial Park. They are a species at risk in Alberta, and this is habitat that is available in the park for them to rest and breed and hopefully extend their numbers. And this is a herd of elk. This photo was taken east of Glendale Road and just north of Township Road 262. This was about 3 years ago, but this same herd showed up 2 years ago just west of or east of Range Road 40 and a quarter of a mile north of Highway 1A. And then this year they were back just around Glendale Road and 1A Highway, and some of them ended up in Glendale, or in Glenbow Park. One bull and 6 cows were seen down in Glenbow in November. So one of the things that we are concerned about is the closure of wildlife corridors as development occurs across the region, and certainly active wildlife corridors between Glenbow Park, Bighill Springs Provincial Park, between the Bow River and the Bighill drainage. Those are all important to the maintenance of biodiversity and the opportunity for animals to transit the area and maintain healthy populations. So this map depicts some of the opportunities for wildlife corridors that we see between Bighill Creek drainage and Glenbow Park. And what you see there in my very amateurish amendment to the map is a proposed development called Glendale Mountain View, which is Urban Star's development. It's 600 acres, or a little more than a section of land, that would be converted to a subdivision just north of Highway 1A. And so it hasn't gone anywhere for the last 7 years, but it's out there, and it's our understanding that there's been some discussion that they might be interested in being annexed by the town. So that again is another potential concern for maintenance of the quality of the drainage. So going back to a walk up the drainage, this is one of the views that you would see. This was, I think, taken in probably October or November, walking up the road allowance towards the intersection with where Range Road 40, where the road allowance for Range Road 40 would go through. Here's a picture of the Pascapoo sandstone, and obviously some vegetation that's taken over in the last few thousand years. And here's a beaver dam. Beavers have been active in the drainage since the ice retreated. They move up and down the creek dependent upon the availability of food and building material. And they're the little engineers that have caused the creek to have its nature today. You can see these meanders in the creek in this slide, and those were created by the activity of beavers over thousands of years. So, our challenge to the town of Cochrane is to engage with us to help protect the drainage as we go forward, engaging with landowners and encouraging people to understand the values that it presents to us, and protect it so that our grandchildren and possibly great-grandchildren can have a walk out in the open space and and feel the same way that we do in 50 years from now. So that's the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
All right, thanks for joining us here this evening. I'm very passionate about this topic, and it's great for you to be here. I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of passion around the table here as well. Council, any questions? And before we get into that, can we get a motion to accept the presentation as information from Council? Councilor McFadden?
Yeah, certainly glad to put the motion on the table to accept your information, to accept your presentation for information. And yeah, just want to start off, I mean, obviously I've been aware of your group and peripherally involved with your group off and on over the years, and it's certainly a great cause. The Bighill Springs Provincial Park is a local gem that certainly I know my family and friends have gotten a great deal of pleasure with and enjoyed over the years. So I really appreciate the work you are doing. And as I understand it, kind of your ask today is like to engage and listen to your presentation, but also to join with you in finding ways to provide conservation's tools to protect the area. So do that including setbacks, I heard, but also what I was surprised, maybe not surprised, but to hear your interest in both protecting the landscape and conserving the space, but also in finding a way to allow the active transportation, to allow the runners and those folks that want to explore the landscape to be able to do that in a respectful way. So I really appreciate that about the balance of your presentation. I think maybe my question for you, I had two questions. When you said you were looking for setbacks from the escarpment, have you identified how far an escarpment setback might be to best preserve?
No, we have not. Excuse me. We are not planners. We have not, but we do recognize that the closer development comes to the edge of the escarpment, the more difficult it will be for maintenance of the quality of the habitat there. So we would leave that up to people with in-depth knowledge in that area.
Certainly, and I appreciate that. It's certainly something that I've been passionate about over the years, and a number of years ago, a previous council did establish setbacks from the edge of the different valleys and edges here in town. So that's kind of a policy piece that already exists within the Town of Cochrane framework. And I think the other piece I heard from you, the transportation corridor. So you've identified that the old road allowance is still accessible to the public. How would you look at that potentially being advanced and then managed to ensure the conservation would happen?
Well, excuse me, as I said, we're in the process of promoting the construction of 2 bridges to replace the bridges that were taken out when the road was decommissioned. Our expectation is that at this time, with rough numbers, we expect that the replacement of those 2 bridges with pedestrian bridges would cost something on the order of $30,000.
For both?
For both.
As a complete project?
And so we do not envision at this time that this would be more than the trail that you saw in the previous slide. It's a natural trail. Excuse me. It's an open space, and we would prefer to at this juncture to leave it as natural as possible.
Okay, excellent.
And allow people to experience the kind of experience that we see now. And I personally, and I have to admit my bias in this, is that when I walk up that trail, up Bighill Creek, I have a different experience than I do when I walk up a trail at Glenbow, for example, because this trail obliterates all of the development around it. And there's virtually no noise there that carries from all the periphery. And you can almost get into a headspace where you can take yourself back 100 or 150 or 200 years and say, this might have been what it was like when the First Nations were here, or when Robert Cowan, who was the first rancher up north of 567, came here in 1886. So those are the experiences that I see when I go up this drainage, and I'd like those to be preserved for the people that come after us.
Excellent. Yeah, it's a beautiful piece to preserve and to explore. So now with the bridges, what's your fundraising? How are you looking to get funding, or what your strategy on paying for those bridges?
We're going, first of all, to Rocky View County.
Okay.
it's their jurisdiction. The road allowance is owned by the province, but Rocky View County is the manager of the area.
Yep.
And so we're going to approach them and see, first of all, for permission to build the bridges, and secondly, for a financial contribution. So-
Yeah, I'm certainly interested in staying up to date.
And then, I'm sorry to interrupt, and then we may be back to the town of Cochrane looking for some support as well.
Fair enough, I would hope so. And then I guess my last question, what are you seeing as the biggest challenge to the health of the Bighill Springs Creek? Is it, like, I know a lot of work has been going on with appealing the gravel pit decision. You're looking at that as the biggest risk?
Well, that certainly is the most immediate risk,
Okay.
certainly. And we have submitted appeal in regard to the Water Act approval on what is referred to as the Mountain Ash Mine, which is a half section. Candidly, I can't expect that the approval of that mine will be overturned. We have asked for, we've made suggestions to the developer in regard to opportunities to mitigate some of the damage that we can anticipate. We have not been successful in that yet, but we'll keep working on that to see what we can do. I think the next big issue, as I pointed out in that slide, is the lands, the three-quarter sections that are immediately adjacent to the spring that are owned by Burnco. And I've expressed my concerns to Burnco in that I would have thought that the reputational damage of having a gravel mine operate across the barbed wire fence from one of the most significant springs in the country would be of concern to the executive. At this juncture, it doesn't seem to be that argument carries much water, so to speak. But that is a concern. In the longer term, as I mentioned, population of Cochrane is going to double or maybe triple over the next 50 to 100 years. The population of Calgary and southern Alberta is going to continue to expand irrespective of ups and downs in the short term. And so there will be population pressure, there'll be development pressure, and I think the onus is on organizations like the town of Cochrane, like Rocky View County and Metropolitan Calgary to step back and say, well, what do we need in terms of protecting the environment so that we don't end up with destruction of these huge opportunities that are in front of us today. So,
Yeah, that's all the questions I have, but yeah, thank you so much to the group, to yourself and all your volunteers that have done such great work over the years. I certainly learned more than a couple things in your presentation today, and I'm looking forward to some opportunities to support your work in the future. But I'll turn over to my colleagues for the rest of questions.
thank you.
Okay. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Jerry, did I hear off the top of the presentation?
I'm sorry?
Your name is Jerry, is that what I heard off the top?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Jerry, for the presentation. When I was listening to it, the only thing that came from my council lens, now seeing 3 terms of this, is that our strategic alignment is completely with the society, and that's having, when we did a council visioning document a while back, it was basically protecting the watershed you're talking about from development, and that's from the current Cochrane Ranch all the way up to Bighill Springs Park. So I see complete alignment between anything I've seen policy-wise from Cochrane Council and what your presentation had to say. The one thing that was interesting to me was those 3 gravel pits, as you said, across the fence from the natural springs. Are those already zoned for gravel extraction, do you know?
No, the answer for the 3/4 sections that are owned by Burnco, they have not yet made application to Rocky View County for a land use redesignation. The other gravel mines or properties that you see depicted on that slide, all of them have been approved by Rocky View County for land use redesignation. Some of them have received their master site development plan permit, and so they're in various stages of development. But the Burnco land has not yet made their application. As I said earlier, we are concerned that they are starting to make moves in that direction, and we will certainly encourage Rocky View County to do the right thing in regard to what we see as needed to protect the park. we'll see how all that unfolds.
Has your group done a presentation to Rocky View County? Have you done this sort of thing in front of them?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
On this issue, we plan to go back to Rocky View, as I said, in reference to the bridges, and we will give a similar presentation to them because this is an ongoing education exercise that we are involved in. There are new people all the time, new priorities, and so we have to maintain our presence and encourage people to look forward and have these things in full consideration as the issues like gravel mines come to them. And as you may be aware, Rocky View County has recently approved their aggregate resource plan, which actually sets a hard limit on gravel development within, well, there are two measures, one within 800 meters of the park and one within 1.6 kilometers of the park. That said, we don't know what influence there will be from the provincial government in regard to these developments. As you may be aware, the Scott Mine over in Bearspaw was turned down 3 times by Rocky View County, and the province has now indicated that there will be a hearing by the Natural Resources Conservation Board to further evaluate whether that mine could go ahead or not. So irrespective of what Rocky View County has done, there's been past practice where their decisions may not necessarily be the last decision.
Interesting. I guess the main question on my mind is what can Cochrane Council do for you? And it sounds like just the awareness of the preservation of the actual watershed itself and the area around it, and what we do with our planning and our development in the future. Is that?
I think in general terms, yes, that's right. And there may be opportunities and necessity in the near future for us to come back to you and ask for a letter of support for what we're doing, for example, with the bridges, or a letter of concern regarding the development of these mines. So, you know, we'll be asking, and we may be looking for funding. So
Thank you for being here, and look forward to hearing back about that and what kind of reception you get from Rocky View, how that goes. It sounds like they hold a lot more cards in this, at least just the current reality, than we do, until further development happens anyway. Thank you for being here.
Councillor Fidego.
Thanks for the information. Kind of piggybacking on what Councillor Wilson just asked, I was curious, the state of the watershed report that we're going to receive tomorrow, I was just wondering, what is the top item that you would like council to either put into motion, or what is the #1 issue that you could pick out of that report that you would like to recommend council to get on to, besides the education and the preservation and the engagement piece? Is there anything that we could particularly help you with from that report?
I'm not familiar with your planning processes within the town, but to the extent that you can create a vision for how you would like to see the town expand over the next 20 years and the impacts that it will have on Bighill Creek. Those are I think that's the main ask at this stage of the game. We provide the State of the Watershed report as context, so that's a very broad context in which to make those decisions. But for example, if somebody comes to you tomorrow and proposes an annexation of another half section or section of land along the escarpment, that's where that vision needs to come into play.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I've got a couple of questions. I view this work that you guys are doing as being critically important, not only for the residents who live here today, but for future generations. So thank you very much for being here, and for everybody in the crowd who is supportive of all this as well. Over the last couple of weeks, I've actually been trying to figure out what tools may be available out there to actually look at permanently protecting some of the lands in our region. One of the things that my search has brought me to is this organization called the Southern Alberta Land Trust Society, SALTS. And what they introduced me to is this concept of these non-development easements that they've worked with the Alberta government to apply to lands, and then the landowners are actually compensated, but it ensures that lands are protected in perpetuity. I was wondering if you have any relationship with that organization?
We do not. We're very familiar with them, and I in fact, at one time did work for a sister organization called Western Sky Land Trust. Western Sky Land Trust has been active in this area, and have, in fact, they've had, among other land trusts, have had conversations with some of the landowners that hold land on Bighill Creek. And so those, we're familiar with that. Certainly, conservation easements are a significant tool in terms of trying to protect land. One small thing at this stage of the game, the road allowance is 66 feet wide. It runs 3.5 miles. It contains about 30 acres. But like every other road allowance in the province, it's a provincial asset and it's subject to sale. And so, you know, our organization has for a number of years promoted the protection of that road allowance as public property that gives us all the opportunities that we've been talking about for the last 20 minutes. And we would like to see that preserved in some kind of a legal framework that ensures that 100 years from now, some other organization doesn't say, well, there's a monetizable asset. So.
Well, in that regards, I would love the opportunity to have a follow-up meeting or coffee with you and your group. And if you'd be interested, I'd like to make the connection with that organization as well, because the key takeaway from that meeting that I had with them is that there's a lot of people in this region who have a similar goal, and we should be trying to connect all the parties with who have similar goals, so we can get everybody aligned and working together. So I would, I'll follow up via email with an invitation.
Please do. We'd be happy to respond in any way we can.
Excellent. Council, any further conversation? Seeing none, I shall call the question. All in favor of accepting the presentation for information? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Next up, we are heading into the business portion of our council meeting, starting with Bylaw 01-2026, the procedural bylaw and council schedule amendments presented by Director Jillian Robertson. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. In your agenda package this evening, we have brought you for first reading the procedural bylaw that was last presented to council on January 12th of this year for your consideration and input, as well as the revised meeting schedule that was discussed both at orientation as well as at that same January 12th meeting. We're bringing them forward as a way to get the calendar actually adopted so that we can make these changes immediately and also give first reading for that bylaw. What the changes to the calendar specifically do is really, to be clear, doesn't increase or decrease council's work. It just changes the flow of that work. Governance will still be done at our regular council meetings, which will be 3 meetings a month, with a workshop for 1 meeting a month. So how we structure those meetings is actually the only thing that's really changing. Over time, we had realized that council agendas had evolved and discussion decision-making were happening across many meetings, and at times that was creating unnecessary delays in policy work that was being driven by council. This model more closely aligns with current governance best practices. Regular council meetings will focus on the formal decision-making that council will need to do, and workshops will provide the space for in-depth single topic discussions and site visits as required. The overall number of meetings remains consistent, the workload remains consistent, and council's governance responsibilities remain consistent. The volume of agenda items will not decrease, they will simply flow through a clearer structure. You will probably see initially, as we're adjusting these pieces, some meetings may be a little longer, some shorter. That also ties to the time of year where there are fewer land use changes coming. Development will be starting here in the spring. Agendas will start to fill up again for council to consider. And the work of changing this schedule is really about improving efficiency and clarity. Decisions, again, will be made in a clean, defined format, and the workshops will allow council to explore complex issues in greater depth and receive education or briefings without procedural pressures. What we're asking for tonight is also the establishment of a consistent 5:30 p.m. start time. The Committee of the Whole and the council meetings currently start at different times. That's created confusion not only for council, but residents as well who want to attend meetings or attach to the live stream. Those inconsistencies in time have made that challenging. And the procedural bylaw itself was a rewrite from 2024. And when we brought this forward to council for consideration, there weren't significant changes that council was requesting from the original draft that was presented in January, looking for some consistency on the inaugural meeting and how council is sworn in. We've made some revisions there, ensuring that we are in compliance with the proper legislation on who can actually swear a council in, the consistent notice of motion provisions, and again, the consent agenda inclusion. This is a new process for Cochrane. We have added some additional points within the procedural bylaw that explains what will be included within the consent agenda, which would include non-controversial items for a single, that would be covered in a single motion. That would be first readings, departmental updates, which this council has identified as something that you want to consistently be receiving. There will be some that you will want to have a more involved presentation on, something similar to Ms. Dunmore's presentation just the other day. You're going to want that to not be in a consent agenda. But when we're looking at community growth, who has provided consistent reports quarterly, generally that can be done within the consent agenda. All the information that is happening within that area would be recorded in that report, and then that could be part of that agenda. At any time, though, should council wish a more involved presentation or discussion on something, it can be voted to be removed from a consent agenda. So it allows council the flexibility. Of course, all of our first readings for all of our bylaws will also be in consent agenda, given that there's no debate allowed for first reading. That debate on any bylaw comes at second reading. And so the setting of first reading and the public hearings will be done through the consent agenda process. I would suspect we're going to find some moments where that feels clunky, and we will assist you as you work through that process. And also, my gosh, my note disappeared on what I was gonna, the Committee of the Whole. So you will note that the Committee of the Whole remains in your procedural bylaw. What we wanted to do is allow that tool to continue to exist for council's consideration. So in the procedural, it speaks to the fact that a Committee of the Whole dates could be set at the organizational meeting or at the request of council. So at any time in a year, should council wish a Committee of the Whole meeting to be called, as long as it lives within our procedural bylaw, it remains a tool that council will be able to utilize should they wish. Otherwise, there will be no formally scheduled Committee of the Whole meetings in the calendar that you have in front of you. So essentially what we're looking to do is really just an evolution of the structure of this council. Again, at any time, should council find that this structure is not working, or it's not working the way you had intended when the request for this change came forward, it's a simple resolution of council to change the structure again. And we're hoping that we find a good balance with what councils look to put in place. So the intent really is clear to make this work for you, make it predictable, efficient, and focused. And in addition to the request for approving the calendar, we're looking simply for first reading for the procedural tonight, and then we will bring that back for second and third next week. And I'm happy to answer any questions council might have.
All right, council, any questions? Can I get a motion to start the conversation? Councillor Federico?
I will move option 1, that we accept first reading. I do have one question for you. On the public hearing side, I noticed that it's supposed to become part of the regular council agenda. I know at one point we had talked about perhaps if there were larger, more contentious public hearings, about hosting those on a different night. Is that still the possibility, or is it the intent for all public hearings to happen on the same night as a regular council meeting?
So through the mayor to Councillor Federico, council always has the ability to set a public hearing on a different day. Administration, as we are bringing these items forward, we will be aware where there is going to be significant resident input required, and we'll bring that forward with that particular date identified, whether that's a Tuesday of a week, so that is the public hearing is just the only thing on that day. So as those things come forward, we will provide that guidance to council, and alternately, council always has the ability to set a public hearing date for any date they want.
Perfect, and thank you for asking the committee of the whole meeting. I was curious about why it was still remaining within the procedure bylaw, so thank you for answering that. And my only other question, and I'm not sure exactly where council landed on this, when it comes to the workshops, will those be, I mean, obviously that those meetings are not being streamed, they're really opportunities for council to do deep dives into topics. Will the topic be posted somewhere for the public at large to know what we're talking about on the particular workshop, not necessarily the details, but will just the topic be released, or is it just going to be, it's a workshop, no other information is provided?
Through the chair again, I would think it would be similar to when you did your strategic sessions with council. So a workshop date will be, maybe highlighted, but we wouldn't necessarily be offering up what the topic is specifically. Generally, things that council may see in a workshop may then come forward 6 months later to a public meeting where there comes to any point where a decision needs to be made. But where we are doing briefings to council, there's no formal agenda necessarily created, especially through the ledge team, and it wouldn't necessarily be public information as to what exactly is being discussed.
Further to just further to Ms. Robertson's comments, I just want to reiterate our intent is to bring any of those items back for public discussion. It's just that workshop in that deep dive, specific items, and then that will be part of a future agenda. So it's not like the public won't have an opportunity to learn the things that council's learned as well.
Back to Councillor Federico.
I completely understand. I guess maybe my only point would be when they do come back to regular council, it'd be great if we could tie back in the date perhaps when it was discussed in a workshop setting so that the general public can, and also council themselves can start to correlate between when we actually discuss it in the workshop versus when maybe decisions are being made on these possible items.
Certainly, and I would suggest that the things that would be coming to a workshop would be very high level. It would be, at a 30,000 level foot, not at a even close to decision-making space. It's really about giving that space and time for council to deep dive into those bigger topics, that then by the time that we're anywhere near close, council needing to provide guidance, because again, that would not happen in a workshop space, that we would be bringing that back to a public meeting for discussion in a space where council can do that and a more robust conversation can happen in here.
Okay. Councillor Singh?
Thank you. Are we exploring any options for online meetings for the councillors or for us to attend Zoom meetings or anything?
We have not been exploring that at this time. What we are working on and what council had approved as part of the 2026 budget is an update to the technology in council chambers. That was specifically triggered due to the amendments to the MGA that require us to have the ability to allow residents to come in remotely into a public hearing. And so those tech changes are we're drafting our RFP currently to get that out to market. With the intent of hoping that we can have those tech changes done during council's summer break so that there's not an interruption. I don't believe the intent of that was to allow a hybrid meeting necessarily. I think, again, that would be at council's discretion. Our current technology wouldn't allow for it right now.
Well, will the new technology allows that or will allow it?
It will ensure that we are in compliance with the MGA, which says that residents have to be able to come in virtually. They have to be able to interact with council, which means they need to be able to hear your questions and see you, and they need to be able to be seen and be heard by council. And so that is a piece of the tech chambers update that we're working on.
So not necessarily if I'm, let's say, in Edmonton for a course, I have to drive back all the way to attend a meeting. I can't just sit there and attend a meeting.
Currently, no, because we wouldn't be able to hear, we would be able to hear you, but you wouldn't be able to hear anybody but the person at the podium.
Okay. But are we formalizing
The tech change,
changes? Yeah.
the technology changes would allow for that, because that is how we would have to allow residents to be able to join the public hearing. I think that's a bigger conversation in regards to council, because there is voting components and things where that's much easier for the mayor and or deputy mayor, if there is a committee of the whole meeting ever, that to continue or have that consistent flow of questions and answers, much more challenging when you have a member of council who is remote.
Oh, sure, thanks.
Thanks. I have some more questions. So one of the things that I was wondering about, because we've had quite a number of requests for site tours. For example, the library wants us to come and see their facility. And there's a very long list, actually. Will these workshops, if in the updated procedural bylaw, allow us to accept those invitations and go do the tours as part of it?
Well, the workshops are not part of the procedural bylaw because this schedule that we are adopting is specifically to the formal council meetings. The workshops will be coordinated through the CAO's office. I would say it's a challenging space where one or two council members go for a tour like that, given the MGA requirements about how council is to receive information, is that if one member of council receives the information, they're all supposed to receive the information within, I believe it's a 72-hour window. And so one or two council members attending a site tour without all of council attending a site tour makes that a little bit challenging because you're then receiving information that the balance of council does not have. So the site visits that would be coordinated, I assume through Mr. Blanchette's office, would ensure that all of council goes to, whether that's the water treatment plant to look at changes or challenges we're having there, or a library visit would be coordinated through part of that process.
Okay, great. And then can you also clarify if there's any changes that's coming for the notice of motion process as part of this?
The notice of motion process is the same as was presented in January. There didn't seem to be a concern with that process when we presented it to council that you can do a verbal notice, but then it still requires that written notice to come. We've shortened that window from 14 days to 7 days to allow council that flexibility. And we've also revised the councillor and mayor report down to 5-day window ahead of the meeting so that you're providing the report closer to when the agenda is coming forward and being posted.
Okay, great. I have one more question, but I think it might be the same as Councillor Gale's question, so I'll turn it over to her.
One of my bigger concerns, big picture, is not that we lose the ability to defer voting on something, because we can always do that, but that the deferral becomes dependent on one of us saying, let's defer this vote. And I do recognize that over time, having 3 regular council meetings will, I guess, speed up decision process on things like operational, for example, things that are pretty streamlined there. But is there some sort of criteria or expectation that will, I guess, indicate that the decision should be, I guess, spread out, or that we should take more time to think on things and see what, you know, our residents have to say, et cetera? Is there any sort of criteria, or are we just kind of going to go off how we have first and second readings, so on? Just kind of wondering what that gray area there is.
Certainly, through the mayor to Councillor Gale. There will be items that administration brings forward that we will actually just say, accept the report as information, and that we will bring it back to a future meeting, recognizing that it is a more complex issue that council is ultimately most likely going to want additional time with. Where there are things where we bring it forward thinking that it is concise enough and you have sufficient information, it will be dependent on a member of council to put a motion on the floor to defer decision on something. And then that is simply voted on by the group, because as you are aware, we have to go on the majority of council decision. There may be some members of council who don't feel like they have sufficient information, and the balance of council that does. And so it's ultimately council's vote that will determine whether something is deferred to a future meeting, or the balance of council feels like they have the information they need and they move forward with a vote, whether that's an adoption of a policy or an adoption of a bylaw. Ultimately, that is always at council's discretion.
Okay, that's pretty much my biggest question there, so from there.
And just a reminder, for first reading, we always just ask questions for clarification. So if anybody has any opinion to give on any of the stuff that's in here, let's save it for second. But the question that I had was whether or not, if council had any questions about the term of the deputy mayor role, would this be a good time to bring that up in the process? Or should we have an entirely different conversation? Or should it happen at second reading?
The deputy mayor appointments are set by resolution, but they are outlined in the new procedural bylaw. So if we want to discuss that, we should probably discuss that at second reading, because that would not be a clarifying question, more of a debate around that specific term.
Okay, second reading. Councillor McDonald.
You mentioned if this doesn't quite meet what council had in mind, that we can reopen the bylaw and have this conversation again and continue to adjust. I was just curious, as a new councillor, and maybe for any of the public who might be curious, how often these changes have happened, kind of in the more recent history of council. I don't expect you to provide me a, a detailed history lesson, but I was just curious kind of what this has looked like in the past, how often this does seem to be reopened and adjusted to meet the evolving needs of council.
Through the mayor to deputy, or to getting all my people, Councillor McDonald. It actually, 2019 had been our procedural bylaw. What facilitated the significant changes was the changes to the MGA. Required us to then bring that back. Generally, a council once a term have a look at that. This council had probably looked at it back in 2018 because our last council had served 2 full terms as a full council with no changes. There were less revisions to the procedural at that time. When we looked at it in 2019 and again in 2024, the evolution of how council wants to run its business became very clear that we needed to look at it a bit more often. So generally, the procedure will probably get opened up less. The council calendar, I would suspect as we go through this change, may need to be looked at again if council is finding that the current schedule we're suggesting is not meeting their needs. Then we would look at, again, because the calendar is adopted by resolution, it's very simple to amend and bring back for council resolution to change it. But I would suspect the procedural would stay fairly firm for at least a 2-year window. You need that time to work within that framework to determine whether it's actually working, right. And ensuring you have proper support in our ledge team to help guide through those spaces where it may get a bit bumpy while we're implementing new things like the consent agenda.
Right. That's perfect, thank you. And then, as I understand it, there is history with Cochrane's Town Council of doing these workshop deep dives. How long ago was that format used last?
I believe that format was used back in 2019, 2018, leading up into COVID times.
Sure.
Was when we were using that. And finding, I think, with the interim space that Mr. Heineman lived in 2020, and then our last CAO had brought in the Committee of the Whole as a way to bring some of those discussions directly back into chambers. I think we have, based on that history, I think we have a good understanding of what should be brought to a workshop space and what really needs to come forward to here and have these public conversations. So I think that those previous workshop times were a learning space for all of us.
Sure. Okay, that's it for me, thanks.
All right, seeing no other conversation, I will call first reading. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
I also need the second motion for the calendar.
Okay, council, can I please get a motion to approve the calendar as presented?
I'll make that motion.
Councilor McDonald,
I motion to approve the calendar.
conversation? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
It's been an hour. We good to go to the next agenda item? FCSS Advisory Board. Okay, all right, then let's get into it. Mr. Knox, please take it away.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. I'm here this evening to present to you the FCSS United Way funding recommendations that have been made by the FCSS Advisory Board. A bit of a background. Town of Cochrane, FCSS United Way of Calgary and area have a formal agreement to work together to fund local agencies that provide social services to our community. FCSS budgets $20,000 and the United Way just over $65,000 annually. The FCSS board has been delegated the authority to recommend allocations for both the FCSS and the United Way grant funds. And included in that agreement is the provision that council ultimately approve the allocation of these funds. So a little bit about this partnership with United Way. It's been incredibly successful. Really, for our nonprofits, it simplifies the application and reporting process. Groups only submit one application and one final report to access both streams of funding. So rather than having to apply to us, apply to United Way, they do it once. Really, it allows us to increase efficiency by having that FCSS advisory board having the authority to make those funding recommendations on behalf of both parties. And the differing mandates of FCSS and United Way allow us to support a wide breadth of various social organizations. Of note, the FCSS Advisory Board contributes many hours towards helping supporting the social needs of our community. One of their key responsibilities is making those funding recommendations for both organizations. The process is rather intensive, reviewing every grant application, reviewing all of the final reports of past grant recipients, and they go through 2 full nights of discussion and debate to come up with the recommendations that were included in your package. A few quick highlights. We had 14 applications received this year. 8 applications in your package have been recommended for funding, with the recommended details included there as well. Of note, the total funding requests this year that we received were around $197,470, which is $111,849 greater than the funding that we have available. So our recommendation to Council, administration is recommending that option 1, Council approves the funding recommendations as outlined by the Advisory Board. Any questions?
Okay, great. Before we dive into it, Council, can I get a motion? Councillor Singh, see you reaching.
That council approves the grant funding recommendation outlined by FCSS Advisory Board as presented. And I have a couple of questions. I do sit on the board. Do we know that, I know like they do a great job, like, getting all the, where the fund requested were $197,000, give or take, and we funded 84,000, give or like 86 or something around there.
We would be 85,621.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are the other organizations who were not given the funding? Do they have a support, or how does that work? Or do they come back to apply for different years? If you can.
Yeah, obviously with the amount that you're seeing there, through the mayor to Councillor Singh, apologies, get back into it. Each year the board faces these difficult decisions. And I think this is pretty typical in any space, that the request that we're seeking for funding is significantly greater than the funds we have available. Lots of decisions, and at this time choosing to fully fund lesser organizations rather than partially funding more organizations. Really the choice that we have is to want to make sure that we're not having an organization not equipped to provide the services in their application. For organizations, depending on the reason that they weren't selected, my understanding is that they can reach out to the advisory board and get some advice on what that looks like. And typically we might defer them to the province or other organizations like the Calgary Foundation, or depending on the focus of it, some of the community grants that the town has available as well. So it really depends on what their project was.
No, thanks.
I don't see a blinking one. Who was next for questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Fidego.
Thanks. I have just a couple questions. Can you tell me what the funding that was given out in 2025? I'm just trying to see what the maximum funding was in 25 versus 2026.
Through the mayor to Councillor Fidego, in terms of, can I just clarify, you're asking what was the largest amount that we gave to an organization?
No, just like from FCSS and United Way, I know this year it's 85,000, but what was last year's?
What was last year? I'm not certain off the top of my head. I think it was similar.
Okay.
I could check and get back to folks.
Yeah, I think that would be great just to know, because I know that some of these issues obviously are not, we're not the ones creating the funding dollars for the donation, but it'd be curious to see if that amount has declined drastically over the years of what they're able to give. And kind of similar to what Councillor Singh was asking, I know that we aren't naming organizations that didn't get funding, but was there a particular reason why some were turned down? Because I mean, we kind of see the ask, what they're looking to support, and it doesn't really say why that particular organization didn't receive any funding. I totally understand the idea that you don't want to space it out and, 25 organizations get a couple dollars, but was there a reason as to why those particular ones didn't get funding?
Yeah, so typically, really, the idea is focusing on the mandate between the two organizations. So, if someone falls outside of the mandate of either FCSS or United Way, that could be a possible reason. The other examples I've seen is if, someone comes in with a funding ask that is just so substantial that we'd be taking away from the other organizations, they might be turned down. Think of another example. Sometimes when we see a duplication of service. So if we're seeing that, of the 14 applications, 3 of them are duplications of other programs that exist in the town already that, someone's trying to start something new, we might not look at that the same way. So it's generally our focus is, looking at what that gap is inside of our community and following the 2 mandates of the 2 organizations, which I could go in detail, but yeah.
Perfect. I mean, maybe just a suggestion for next year. If they weren't given any funding, it might be great for us to understand just the reason as to why. Just simple bullet point. Don't need to go into a long explanation, but I'd just be curious as to maybe why they weren't chosen.
Okay.
And also if they were recommended, say, to go to Calgary Foundation or one of the other supporting granting opportunities. Just a side note to say that, recommendations were made to go to look for granting from wherever. It would just be good to know that they're just not being kind of dropped out and not knowing where they're going from this point.
I believe our CAO wants to add something.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fideko, just staff assisted here. $90,000 was the 2025 number, so it's fairly consistent. And then also it's $20,000 from the town, 70 from the United Way. And then the funding, our funding has remained consistent, but the United Way has decreased. So just to provide some context and.
Okay, over to Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, I can provide some context. I was the council rep that went through the selection process, and it stayed fairly standard, I think, over the years. Again, the United Way provides, the bulk of the funding. Cochrane provides, I think, usually the standard 20,000, and we've seen year over year that the asks far exceed what is available. And so I did want to give a shout out. So the FCSS, or this committee, does run a fundraiser to try to enhance how much can be given out. I think this year they're looking at, I can't remember the name of it, but it's kind of a dinner out fundraiser. So keep an eye out for that as a great way to contribute to such a great cause. And by supporting that cause and the United Way efforts, the FCSS and United Way partnership, you really are supporting more than just one organization. So we can give a shout out to that as it goes along. But I've sat on this board a couple of times, and the process that they go through is, the applications are received, the board goes through every application, reviews it against the mandates to make sure it fits into both mandates very clearly. Also looks at previous reporting qualifications. Also, are they registered? Are they fitting? So there's some that I couldn't speak to any of these ones, but there are some here that they're just applying for every grant available, and it doesn't match just even at the beginning. It's just somebody's looking for money in the hopes that they can get some. As a previous fundraiser myself, I have tried the numbers game, and but huge kudos to the volunteers that work through this. They give very thorough and due consideration to every application that comes through, and does do their best to meet the needs with the highest priorities. And so, there's a lot of deliberation that goes into how these funds are allocated. I don't know that it would be an easy process to just say why some groups are not funded. That might not be something we want to share in a public environment type thing. And so, I'm not really sure how to kind of address what you're asking for, in that our traditional way of dealing with these is these recommendations are just brought through council to authorize the funding, because somebody has to authorize it. But the responsibility to kind of deciding how those funds are spent are with this group. So, yeah, I'm not sure if that's an ask that fits with the functioning of this committee. But I think, like I said, I served on it a couple times, and I think if we have any questions or councils any questions or improvements, that we could pass them through the team to see what could be done. But I think that kind of a public disclosure of why not might not be in the best interest of all involved. But kudos to the volunteers who are involved, and kudos to anyone that can help us raise more cash to meet the needs.
Mr. Hyman?
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to continually interject, but just wanted to confirm that those who weren't successful in getting money can also apply for the Cochrane Community Grant Program. So there are other opportunities available as well.
Yeah. No need to apologize. Councillor McDonald?
I was also hoping to hear that the United Way portion was growing year over year. These operational grants are so rare in this world. I was just curious, and I don't think you can name them, which is fine, but I think largely the groups are recurring because operational support does tend to be that way. But I was just curious if there's a split you can think of in terms of the applications of who we'd never seen apply before, as opposed to the ones that seem to be getting support on an ongoing basis.
Sorry, I'm just making notes. So through the mayor to Councillor McDonald, I wouldn't know off the top of my head, but I do like that question, and I do like it from a evaluation perspective. Of note, you know, your point too about hoping that the funds were growing. That was also part of the reason that we had talked about expanding our FCSS advisory board. Was a core function of the advisory board is to do this fundraising, and so hoping that we'll see that you know, the board is currently exploring various options that are going to provide that best financial return. So reevaluating what we would be doing in the future too. So
Sure.
but off the top of my head, I don't know the split, but happy to explore that as well.
I'd love to know. And on the fundraising conversation, I was really looking forward to the dunk tank now that I'm a councillor. So if there's a space for that, I publicly volunteer to do
Can we
the
get
dunk
a,
tank.
you know, a notice of motion on that?
We'll put it in the minutes. She said it.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Anything else, council? Oh, Councillor McFadden?
So by recollection, so giving me the space that it was a number of months ago. So Bighill Haven receives regular funding, immigrant services. I think this is more than their first year. This may have been a fairly new one for the Hospice Society and the Man Shed. CHO regularly receives funding, Helping Hands as well. I think Good Vibes Memory Choir, this may have been their first. And Seniors for Kids is one that's been funded before by my recollection. So I think to the point of, is it kind of a mixed funding disbursement? Yeah, I think so.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. I think that is it. Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. This would probably be a good time for a quick break, call it the halfway point of our meeting. So let's reconvene here in approximately 13 minutes for a nice round number. We're good? All right, let's get back to it.
All
Mr.
right.
Knox again.
Welcome back, everybody. Round two. I'm here to present on update on the affordable housing assessment for 359 First Street East. I do want to thank the East End Community Association and the Cochrane Society for Housing Options for joining us in the gallery as we look to explore this opportunity with the town and the community at large. This presentation is going to outline the opportunity, financial considerations, a bit of risk management, and the recommended next steps for council. So the purpose of this presentation is twofold, to provide council and the community with an update on the assessment of a proposed or possible multi-unit affordable housing project at the location, and to seek council's approval to enter into formal negotiations with the federal government regarding a potential land transfer. Of note, I want to just highlight again that this step does not commit the town to the project. It simply allows us to further explore the opportunity. And as we get further along, we would obviously continue to engage with the community, but also be coming back to council with regular checkpoints. So a quick general overview. We had mentioned this in our first finding of this location and the presentation. This site was identified as part of the $318 million funding program arising from the National Housing Strategy. The Federal Lands Initiative was really designed to allow municipalities the opportunity to explore property that was no longer being utilized by the government to purchase or lease depending on the level of outcomes achieved by a proposal. Once the land is either transferred or leased, properties would be developed or renovated into affordable housing. This was a larger conversation, I think, from the first presentation from the community and council as well, is what could be there on this land. As part of this project, it really is that it would be for affordable housing or not something that we would have an opportunity to purchase. With one exception, that a commercial space at ground level could be done as long as it wouldn't consume more than 30% of the building space. And just to highlight that too, in that depending on what the type of space for commercial would influence a level of discount, or if it could be used for a greater social outcome, that could change that for the project as well. But so that was the key kind of question is, would this be available for something else? No. If the town decided not to move forward with this project on affordable housing, this site would be put out to public at large and could be purchased by a developer, could be used for anything. So there'd be much less input from the community. I do want to walk council through how a project like this would typically unfold. So noting that it's not a single decision, it's a series of stage steps, and each step really building upon the one before it. So this is where we would begin with some of those preliminary agreements, if we decided to move forward, that would allow us to explore the opportunity in more detail. At this stage, with council's approval, we're not committing to that land transfer. We're actually really just essentially securing a place at the table. From there, we would move into feasibility work, funding applications. Really, this would include us refining a financial model, confirming affordability targets, and identifying any partners. Only once financing is substantially secured is when we would move towards that final land transfer and construction planning. Importantly for council and our community is that council remains in control at each of these key milestones, especially before any final land transfer that could occur. So really understanding again that this process we'd be going through, if council decides to, would reduce any risk and ensure we only proceed if the projects make sense financially and strategically for the town. If we were to move forward with the council and town support, administration's intention could be to expedite the pre-development phase and have a shovel-ready site within a year. Council had asked to understand the business model of affordable housing a little bit more. And so we wanted to provide an example of what could be, what that could look like in this situation of, you know, how do we make this affordable in a way that it sustains itself and isn't something that the town is paying for regularly. These numbers, hypothetically, for this project have been confirmed by assessment, planning, civil lands, and the funder typically of CMHC, who you would see they set the affordable rent targets. So we're looking at an estimated 50-unit building, 25 one-bedroom, 25 two-bedroom units, with rents set at 80% of the median market rent, meaning that units are intentionally priced below market to ensure affordability. I want to be clear that this could change as we move forward. This is just purely for the processes of understanding what could be. Modeling assumes a 3.7% vacancy, 35% of operating costs, which reduce the net income, and would directly limit how much mortgage financing a project like this could support, which I'll get into more details here. From a municipal perspective, projects assessed value, generally for a completed project of this size, would be around 25 million, which would generate approximately 96,000 per year in full property tax. So that's without any affordable units. Depending on the level of affordability, we would assume for this modeling that they would be tax exempt. So that'll change the model, and you'll see in future slides. The slide also frames the project. We did a high level estimate with our facilities management team around what a demolition of the building would cost, around $600K, and as well recognizing that currently there is around a $32,000 or $31,000 per year payment in lieu of taxes on that space. So these are the numbers that we use for modeling. What I wanted to highlight here too, one of the questions we'd heard from the community and council is, could the first floor be commercial land? Possibly, so long as the overall project still meets the affordability space use requirements. However, pursuing that option would likely materially impact the ability to maximize affordable housing units. If we look at the space available to us, this will compound some of the issues or concerns people had mentioned regarding things like reduced parking, tenants requiring a separate entrance, and some of those larger concerns. So therefore, for the modeling that we're showing you today, really decided to focus on just the affordable housing. So this business model will just be around the idea if it was 50 units, no commercial space. Recognizing too that if we were to look at commercial space, that this would probably end up being a project that would have to go to 5 stories, which currently is another concern of council and the community. So getting into the numbers a little bit more for people. So this is kind of this question of what does the $600K demolition look like to the town over the years of the project? So what we've done on the left-hand side, you'll see is this is the affordable share of the number of apartments that would be designated affordable housing. So therefore, they wouldn't collect taxes. So 0% being 90,000, with a 30% affordable share, you'd see municipal taxes for that year being 60,000. And the next slide, the incremental versus the payment in lieu, is how much is the town receiving in taxes every year? Now you'll notice as we move through kind of this affordability space, each year we're seeing basically a rule of thumb of every 10% of affordability, so another 5 units that would be affordable, reduces municipal taxes collected around 10,000 a year, which then creates this. And you'll notice that after 25 years, that how quickly, what kind of return we would see. But the net incremental, if you're assuming the lifetime of this project is around 50 years, is how much we would see in taxes returned to the town. So if the affordable share is 30%, after 16 and a half years, we would see that there's a payback of $600K to the community, to the municipality, and actually after 50 years of the project, 1.2 million. So just highlighting again that this could be an investment for the community, for the municipality. Really, the kind of sweet spot that we see here is around the 50%, where we're maximizing the amount of affordable, market spots, but also still having that net return of our investment. What's not included in this model, and I think is important for council and the community to recognize of this investment, is that after the project, the town would own the land. So it's an asset that could be sold after 50 years or utilized for a new project. It's not just about what that $600K investment would look like versus municipal taxes. The larger part of this project that is could be challenging is around capital stacking. So capital stacking is one of the larger challenges, but it's not necessarily up to the town to solve. To be clear, I'll jump into these numbers a little bit more, but this would be whoever the nonprofit proponent is of the project who would need to meet these. So CMHC will fund a mortgage based on notice of income, which is how much money an organization has after meeting those vacancy and operation reserve expenses. So in this project, again, that was 3.7 for vacancy, 35% for operating costs. So you're looking at, in 30%, what's the annual gross rent? What is the notice of income after we reduce those numbers? And that'll tell you how much the CMHC will possibly do for a mortgage. So $25 million project at a mortgage rate of 4.68%, you're seeing that you can carry a mortgage of around 11.5 million. Then the capital gap for that project is 13.47. Changes a little bit. 4.68 is the stress test. The mortgage on the right-hand side is more typically your actual numbers. Again, this is a point in time, depending on the market. But really, the gap is what matters. The moving across affordable share has a smaller change in that financing gap, but it materially changes the town's fiscal story, but getting a better sense of where that goes. So whoever the proponent is, likely, they're still needing to meet that gap, which is about half of the project, regardless of where it would look for this example. Now, to close that capital gap, we've already started looking at possible multiple funding avenues. One of the larger ones that's came that I think is very exciting opportunity for the town is Build Canada Homes. And Build Canada Homes is a new federal initiative targeting shovel-ready projects. Really, there's a big focus on wanting to find this funding success because of the collaboration between federal departments, but they've made it very clear that they're preparing to deploy $13 billion across the country. They're wanting to see initiatives that then will look at that further growth, want to see projects specifically that are innovative, using Canadian vendors, and source Canadian materials using prefabricated or modular construction. We also would be able to support the proponent with looking at the Provincial Affordable Housing Partnership Program. We'd have to help them with identifying the next funding window. The CMHC, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, is generally the lender you would look at for these types of larger projects. And sometimes they have forgivable loans and grants, and then other options available there. Another piece would be if there are any development cost savings or expedited approvals that could help with this from the town's perspective. But what I'm wanting to help council and community understand, long story short, we're going to be having to look at a layered funding strategy to get this project off the ground if we move forward. At this stage, we've grouped the primary risks into two areas, really financial and legal, funding and delivery risk. Overall, they've been assessed at moderate and manageable as long as we're careful. On the financial side, primary risk being if the transaction's not closing or cost exceeding estimates. And really this is mitigated through the town exploring an updated environmental assessment, defined cost range, and really us ensuring our due diligence would be done before any of this is closed and that land transfer is done. On the delivery side, there may be a remaining funding gap at the transfer. So again, you're trying to raise 12 million, you might get to 11, not uncommon. Partner availability is always a consideration, but the market interest is strong and we'd have to maintain multiple delivery options. Importantly, in all of this risk mitigation is as the town remains in control at the key milestones. So ensuring we only proceed once the financial and legal conditions are satisfactory. Now, a lot of those are examples that we have here. They're mitigated by us doing our due diligence and ensuring we don't move forward unless we've got the right agreements and partners in place. So council's decision tonight is really to allow us to continue that exploration, to ensure that if these risks aren't manageable, we're not moving forward, and we're not making any transactions without doing our due diligence in advance of doing so. Some other risks moving forward that are important for us to consider, primarily related to funding milestones, timing, environmental due diligence, and some governance. Really a little lower because we would have had much more of this information in advance of this happening. But if we were to see an extended delay in building or different things, this could be challenging under the program. From an environmental perspective, low to medium chance of unknown contamination. This would be mitigated through updated phase 1 environmental assessments and access to Crown records. Finally, the governance and reputational risk can be a challenge if there's any misalignment between the town, the federal government, and the delivery partner. Again, addressed through clear roles, staged commitments, and written confirmations at each step. Based on administration's assessment, these risks are manageable with strong agreements, clear governance, and disciplined project oversight. Some other considerations that we heard from the community and from council, and again, just wanting to thank the community again for being proactive and providing our senior or our housing strategists with some of their thoughts and concerns and questions they had. Definitely, if we do move forward, looking forward to working more with that community. But some of the questions we had were around parking. Is there sufficient unit for every unit to have parking? We would be able to, based off of this model, provide one-to-one. Sometimes in affordable housing, we also look at charging for parking on site to offset costs of the project or operations. And there's, different potential ways that we could look at that with if it was an on-street parking restriction, or again, we'd be able to put a transit stop right in front of that location as well. Questions about the capacity of the space. We've chatted with the utilities team and identified there would be sufficient fire flow and water waste capacity for this project if it was to move forward. The other one that came up was the proximity to the railway line. Did a lot of digging into this one, and I think, again, appreciate the community for their concern. Right now, the existing mitigation that we have, there's been no train derailments in the history of Cochrane. It's largely a factor of level rail, which there's no elevation in the town, and there are requirements for the train to slow down to 16 kilometers per hour. We dug into other communities and how they're managing this. Canmore's land use bylaw, Calgary, as well, has similar development right next to those corridors. We, in Cochrane, actually have examples where our planning department has followed those guidelines and felt the risk was manageable. The piece that we've also heard, some of the mitigation strategies that I think are important for the individuals who might be living in this is, having a proper noise wall, sound attenuation, fencing. You can also look at additional insulation on the side of the building fronting the tracks, and ensuring, moving with the different potential setbacks, having the ability to mitigate those. From early assessment and chatting with the planning department, the noise would be equivalent to residences across the street. So the other consideration, and one of the ones that I think was really interesting is around the neighborhood fit. And so I think what people, when they might have heard, first phrases around the words like modular, missing some of that, what the advances in prefabricated are. So wanting to share, the visuals of what some prefabricated buildings would look like. And these are actually ATCO examples here in Alberta of what a potential housing could look like. And so wanting to make sure that that consideration is there as well. And as I mentioned too, depending on what the town moves forward with and the more information we get, we could explore the style, number of stories, and these are the things I think, we start to consider. If you're thinking commercial space on the bottom, you're looking at more stories. Is that something that fits for the community or not? And these are things that I think we'd be able to explore if we were to move forward. But again, the consideration for the neighborhood, and one of the things, and just so everyone is aware too, it really at this point, it's kind of that, do we explore the project further or not? And if we don't, it has the potential to be anything based off of the land use, and not something that we'd be in control of. So some potential benefits for the project if council was to move forward with us continuing to explore is really federal land can be one of the biggest accelerator that a municipality can access, because it would reduce the cost, reduce the risk, it increases affordability, and strengthens that funding competitiveness all at once. Strong partnerships with housing operators improve that funding leverage, allow the town to retain some greater influence over those long-term outcomes. So, as we dig into it too, it increases the town's land inventory, strengthens long-term municipal positioning in housing, because it's not always just about affordable housing. We're also seeing the missing middle in our community of apartments that are available. And so it's not just about having subsidized housing, but also that we have the ability to provide for folks across our community. Early feedback from our housing needs assessment has highlighted how pivotal and how missing that is inside of our community. The other part that I think, again, is important and lost sometimes in here is really understanding who would qualify and who would be eligible, and what does that community look like. And so the project itself, based off of this 80% of mixed market rent, is supporting essential workers to our community and families who directly contribute to our local economy and services. It's based on 80% of mixed market rent, but ultimately the proponent and town could look at that being further down based off of kind of what we wanted to prioritize, and we'd know that as we go further. Minimum being 80%, but it could be deeper. It would also change the numbers, but this is primarily for council's consideration as a possible, should we choose to go forward, this what it could look like. And with council's direction, we could dig into that a little bit differently. So the proposed next steps, subject to council direction, would be for us to complete a legal review and proceed with signing the preliminary agreements. Important here to recognize that there would be no legal or financial obligations that would take effect for council until we ended up that land transfer space. We would then launch a request of information, or essentially an expression of interest, to identify qualified delivery partners and refine that product model. So this is also depending on who the partner is, what their goals are as well. At the same time, administration would continue to advocate for provincial and federal funding to help close that capital gap. And finally, we would continue to initiate further public engagement with the East End community and our residents at whole to ensure transparency and gather their input early in the process. So recommendation here that council authorize the initial agreements. I won't read all of this because I know that if you do make a motion, this would be around it. But in short, this recommendation would allow administration to continue our detailed due diligence in a phased manner, with council retaining oversight and final approval at each key milestone. I know I just hit you with a lot of information, so happy to jump into questions and go back to slides as needed.
All right, thank you. Council, could we get a motion to begin the conversation? Start with Councillor McFadden.
Yes, thank you very much. I will move, I guess, option 1, that council direct admin to enter into the initial agreement of purchase and sale of 359 First Street East. Can I just say et cetera?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
You get the nod. Yes.
Got it. Hey, sorry, Mr. Knox, can you go back to the very first slide when you were like, here's where we are? Slide. Thanks. So tonight's decision is the very first expression of interest, right?
So tonight's decision is for us to move forward. I purely had this slide as a kind of an understanding of what a typical project would look like. With the approval of council to move forward, we would sign the initial expression of interest, and then we would start, we would launch a request for information. So this would be our first action moving forward.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get clarity on for myself and the community is what are the touch points? So
For council, yes.
for council. So today, if council moves in this direction, we'll enter into this agreement, which is great. And then we'll go out and do, this expression of interest is to find partners, both affordable housing organizational partners and funding partners.
Yes.
That's correct? Okay. And then it would come back to council for planning and pre-development pieces, so the public would say that again at that point?
Yes, and that would also be an opportunity, I think, for us to incorporate feedback or hear from the community about things that are, important. I think it's important that we are very clear on what we can do and can't do, and I think that will come with further information from the federal government as we proceed. But council would have the opportunity to say, you know what, that doesn't work for us in our community, so no, we're not moving forward. But yes, we would start with the expression of interest, and then in the planning, we would bring that back to council.
And then the shovel-ready proposal, the council and the public would see that again?
Yes, effectively, because the land transfer is
'Cause
our,
that's
yeah.
the vote, the land transfer,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
So what I'm hearing then, and you've confirmed it for me, is after tonight, there's at least 3 points before we get to the land transfer, which is the final decision of whether we're gonna go or no go. Right?
Yes.
Because at any of these stages, we could decide that this isn't a fit for the community.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get clarity on. And so, Mr. Knox, you've done an excellent job on presenting the financials and the risk analysis. But the first question for me, and certainly the one I'm hearing from the community, is this where we want an affordable housing solution to be? And when it came up, a lot of the feedback I was getting was different ideas for what could be on that site. So I just wanted to be 100% clear that the only option on the table that the federal government is offering us is we could acquire the lands for affordable housing. We cannot acquire it for any other use.
Through the mayor to Councillor McFadden, that is correct. And part of that is we could acquire it at full price.
Right.
And that's the component of this. If the general idea of the program is that depending on the social outcomes, depending on the level of affordability, you could see a severely reduced price or even a grant that the land would be free. If we weren't pursuing it for affordable housing, it is likely that it would enter the market at full price and anyone would have the opportunity to purchase it.
Okay. So, and then refresh my memory, what is the current zoning on that site, do you know?
Yes, so the current zoning is, what is it, community, can't remember, community services, sorry.
Okay, so, but it's not housing and it's some form of community service.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so that's the big question, I think, that's being answered today, is whether we feel that we want to move into an affordable housing solution, and then do we want to move into affordable housing solution with this offer? And so the first piece for me, and you can help me out with the numbers, as I understand it, if there's 50 units on this site, that doubles the current amount of affordable housing we have in the town of Cochrane, is that correct?
No. So what you'd be looking at is you'd have 50 rental units,
Right.
and then it would depend on their
this
affordability
breakdown.
share. Yes. And so what's typical and seeing in these spaces of affordable housing, and what's important around these models of this mixed income, is that the units that you are charging at rental prices, like at the market rental prices,
Yeah.
help you cross subsidize the those that are affordable share. What this results in is a model that a nonprofit can have that either allows them to not need any subsidy or additional funding. That, you know, typically when we look at subsidized housing, it's who's paying for it. And this allows, you know, depending on where you end up going, you have the ability, based off of your notice of income, how you might fund those various things for a nonprofit. So generally, this is the way that affordable housing is moving forward, is these mixed models. So if you were to be at the 30%, math off the top of my head, not great, but 50%, if it be 50 units, 25 would be meeting that affordable housing that we'd be looking at, or apartments, and 25% would be regular market apartments, which are still in demand in our community. The big focus.
All right, so, yeah, so if we went with the 50, I think you said 50% was the sweet spot, we would have 25 of the rental units would be at market rate, whatever that is at the time of day, and then the other 25 units would be affordable housing. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so we can't, if we acquire it, it can only be used for this, and this is kind of the likelihood model that the partner would use. So then, listening to residents, and I mean, and this used to be my old neighborhood, so I still have a lot of understanding and empathy for the neighborhood. A lot of the conversations I've heard was the parking. So if you've got 50 units there, you've got 50 vehicles. What is that going to do to parking in the neighborhood? Are they going to be able to park on site?
Yes.
Is it going to cause traffic issues?
So with the model using the prefabricated from ATCO, again, just exploring what's possible, and we would be able to see every unit having a parking stall.
On site, okay.
On site.
One, okay. And then traffic. Another concern I heard, and certainly as one of the older communities in town, it gets the roads dug up more so than perhaps others as we fix old utilities. Is the utility infrastructure up to par to be able to handle this?
Yeah, so chatting with the utilities team, based off of this one project, it would be sufficient for fire flow, water, and wastewater as well. The other part, you know, depending on what comes out of the utilities master plan and our strategy to do that, there could be some flexibility in when this launches. So I think the proponent that is, you know, we'd love to see this being a priority and quick. We know there's a massive need for affordable housing in our community. The community could, like from a utility standpoint, meet the need now. But if it was council's priority to wait, there is an opportunity to have this delayed a bit. So it would depend on that, but based off of our assessment and with the town administration, it would meet the needs.
Okay. And then I'll leave this question on the rail line to one of my colleagues who's bringing this up a little bit later. And then, of course, the big one is, of course, the neighborhood fit. I mean,
Yep.
I love the East End. It's got an amazing character to it. Each yard is unique. Is when, like you said, later in the stage, you're going to be able to come back to the East End community to connect and engage again. But how are we going to ensure that this fits with the community?
Well, again, I think if people are interested, I'd highly recommend checking out what ATCO has done with their prefabricated. These are just two of the examples. They're quite simple. I think this was part of the reason that in our modeling too, we didn't necessarily look at the commercial bottom floor, was then you're looking at a fifth story. And I think that was something we'd heard early was a challenge in that community of having something that tall in that space. So again, wanting to maximize the opportunity for affordable housing, but keeping it within that range for the fit. You know, I think it's an ongoing conversation with the community as best as we can. There will be some limitations, obviously, and there are just from the get-go of this project, if it's affordable housing or not. That's one of the limitations. So, you know, the fit might be limited to what we can do with ACO, but I think we'd be working with the community and the proponent to make it as best as possible. It might not be perfect, but it's definitely not something that we would do in isolation.
Okay, but it is planned to continue to work with the community through the various phases. Okay, those are my questions for now. I will turn it over to my colleague.
Mr. Heineman had something to add?
I just wanted to share, Councillor McFadden, that I think through the expression of interest, we could also include some parameters that the proponents would be required to meet the character of the community. So we get the outcomes that we want. It's not just an open submission on that.
Thank you. Yes.
Back over to Councillor McFadden.
Sorry, Mr. Hyman. And I haven't looked it up, and maybe you remember it better than I do. The redevelopment plan for the community, does this fit with it? I haven't had a chance to sit down and look through that document in a while.
We have not proceeded with the area redevelopment plan. That was in this year's budget. So again, I think that's something that we've reached out to the East End group to begin discussions on. So I think we want to have all of those things work hand in hand moving forward.
Okay. But there's an existing document.
There is. I don't know. I would assume that this would not be within the document from several 15, 20 years ago.
20, probably, yeah,
Yes.
okay. Leave that one. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate the information.
Councillor McDonald?
You mentioned East End Settlement Community is here and CSHO is here. What role have those two groups played so far in this process, if any? And what do you have in mind coming up?
Yeah, okay, so through the mayor to Councillor McDonald. You know, as I mentioned, the East End community had met, you know, when we had that first discussion about let's start this process. Community came together and, you know, I really appreciated that they shared their notes and some of the early things that they had talked about with us. And I was actually pleasantly surprised by the community's general notes saying like, you know, hey, we understand the community needs affordable housing. It's never perfect. So, you know, what are the conditions or how do we ensure that it fits? And those are the type of things when we talk about parking, utilities. And I think it was so helpful early on in our modeling to know, here are the things we need to answer for the community. And I think I really appreciate that. And I, again, if this moves forward, would love to have the community continuing to help us do better. You know, I think when it comes to major projects like this, having multiple eyes on things and the support of a involved community association to ask those hard questions or provide the, you know, true understanding of their community allows us to do it better. And as I think, you know, Mr. Hyman had mentioned too, of like, if the biggest concern is the community fit, well, let's build that into this stage very early rather than, you know, ending up at the shovel-ready project and the community goes, this doesn't fit. So this early conversations, I think, are so important and so welcome and thank you all for coming. In terms of, you know, our connection with CSHO has been the affordable housing partner delivering on behalf of the town and really that various model that they run right now and understanding, connecting with them about their goals for affordable housing and what it looks like. I would say the example partnership we have with them already on the homestead is a great example of what we would be able to do with a site like this. So Cochrane already has various agreements with them around like the mortgage fee simple leasehold space. It's not something that's new to the community. So really, I think their relationship there would be the kind of the paved path on how we could do this moving forward.
Great. What is, and I'm sorry if Councillor McFadden's questions covered this, but what is the final deadline where we lose this opportunity
So
in terms of calendar?
yes. So the possible final deadline that we would have, if we're just basing it off of the general information that's provided around the Federal Lands Initiative, this program is set to sundown at the end of March 2027. But we would get a better sense in the next step what that actually is.
Okay. Okay. And then for us, but also for the community, what is, in terms of the housing continuum, what is affordable housing and what isn't affordable housing?
All right. I wish I had a slide here that I could pull this up quite easily.
You started to get into it with who this.
Well, so, I love this question and it's something that I've become very passionate in helping understand it, because when people hear affordable housing, they generally tend to think of deeply subsidized housing. And a bit of a conversation or exploration with that. You have anywhere from market housing, which is just what the market sets it as. When you move into affordable housing, it's generally set off of this idea that people are not spending more than 30% of their income on housing. This, generally when we look at this idea of affordable rent at 80% of mixed market rent, various people would qualify depending on how much they make. But that's, the federal definition of affordable housing is when anyone can access housing that's not more than 30% of their income. Now, you can go anywhere along that spectrum, from 80% all the way down to deeply subsidized. But generally, when we're talking about affordable housing, it's anything that the federal government defines as 80% of mixed market rent or less. Sometimes when people think of affordable housing, they're actually confusing it with emergency shelter, which is, again, temporary, depending on an individual's circumstances, or transitory shelter, which again would be more of that short-term. Affordable housing is meant to be that people have that ability to be there longer term. It's generally meant to allow people to save up to then enter the market themselves through either buying a home or buying an apartment or things like that. But for some individuals, it's also just allows them to live. And I think the great thing about affordable housing and why it's so important inside of our community too is the individuals who are able to spend less on rent and housing are then able to use that money for other things that they might be seeing us like for food or various things like that. If their rent is so high that they can't afford to live, they're relying on social services in other avenues. So providing people the opportunity to have affordable housing, not necessarily deeply subsidized or transitory, just has such a massive social boon or return on investment for individuals who might be in that lower income threshold.
Sure. It's pretty hard to advance your education or advance your employment
100%.
If you're worried about your housing
100%.
every day. Something that I'm still confused about is I imagine this building and all of it, any potential project that's similar to it, and it could encompass market rate rental suites in it. It could have affordable suites in it. It could have accessible suites in it for people with mobility challenges. There's a lot of partners that would come together to make this happen. Where is the line between what the town decides of what the split is,
Yeah.
right? The composition of types of suites, and then what the partner decides.
Yes. So that is very much so in our expression of interest. So this is where we would have the ability in advance, we could set, here are our minimum requirements. Like, we are expecting that a partner will do X. We can also, in that process, highlight that if someone was to go deeper or do more, that might allow them to do like a higher scoring. But the biggest thing, I think, in any of this process is ensuring it's financially viable. Because if someone came and they said, we can do 100% affordable housing, no problem, I would say, okay, show me the numbers. I want to see the math, sort of thing. And I think that's the challenge. I think, we don't necessarily want to be too prescriptive in terms of we want to allow the community to show us. If we said minimum 70% affordable housing across the board, we might not see people who can meet our timeline or our expectations. Adding that flexibility piece is really where we're there. But I think, as Mr. Hyman mentioned too, we can make in that RFP that the proponent must meet the characteristics of the community. Like, we have the ability now to set that, and better for us to set that now than 6 months, 9 months into this process.
Right. Okay. I'm almost done. Can you identify the last time the town of Cochrane would have introduced a project similar to this?
Yes, so through the mayor to Councillor McDonald. So the last time that the town would have had a project at this size would have been the homestead. And so that came online, if I'm not mistaken, 2006, 2007? 2006. And that would have been 35 units. So again, if you think about how much the town has exponentially grown since then and not had that type of investment, we already know through the housing needs assessment that there's a lot of need inside of our community. And I think it's a common issue across the country. Like, this isn't something in isolation that Cochrane's seen, but I think it's exacerbated by the fact that we've had such growth. So it's been almost over 20 years, since we've had a project like this inside of our community.
Okay, so I think for me, that's my final question, but just a comment. After 20 years since a project like this was introduced, we have a lot to learn as a community and as a council and as an admin in terms of this type of need being met in our community and how to do it in a responsible way. Councillor McFadden identified a few different off-ramps that exist in this as we move forward. And I like to think that if we went for it tonight, even if the project doesn't go and takes one of those ramps, the learnings that we will get from the East End as we engage with them, from the greater community, will help us possibly make the next one a success.
100%. And I think that's a big part of myself and our strategic housing advisor. As we move forward, it's also about us building internal capacity from the town administration to deliver on something like this, building capacity inside of our networks to build on things like this. None of that is a waste, I would say, even if we were to take one of those off ramps. If we say, doesn't fit, it doesn't mean that we're not going to still keep trying to do projects like this.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Federico.
Thank you for the presentation. I think Councillor McFadden kind of nailed it for me. This is about affordable housing, and we've been talking about supporting affordable housing for years now, or initiatives to support it. Then it's the other thing to me, is this the right spot for affordable housing? One of the concerns I do have is in this moving forward, where does the consultation with CP happen? CP Rail.
With CP Rail. So from my understanding, and I might be incorrect here, so we've had a pretty extensive consultation with CP Rail and legal advisement historically with them, which was where we would have gone through the guidelines and made the decision around the mitigating factors and things like that. But I think Mr. Hyman might have better insight there too.
Mr. Knox is right. We've, whether it's Heartland, the entire community going through that process, we worked with CP. I would say looking at this in the planning and pre-development stage, we would be engaged with them on that. So they're going to be involved in this through the process, and we'll certainly get their feedback. And as Councillor McFadden indicated, I think there's a few off-ramps here before this comes back for a final decision. So I'm confident in the process.
Yeah, the CP part has me somewhat concerned. Airdrie is actually just in the process of voting on rail policy, and reading through their policy, they bring up a lot of points that I think, you know, I understand kind of this gets the point of talking, but I certainly would want to see CP endorsement, as well as what they would come to the table in describing mitigated risks. I mean, it's easy to say that we haven't had a derailment, knock on wood. I don't want to end up being in a community that possibly does happen at some point. And I think it would be irresponsible of us to continue going down this path without actually hearing what their hugest concerns are. And with that, I know that you, Mr. Knox, you did talk about it, you know, berms, fencing, barriers, but all that stuff also has additional costs. Yep. So while we're not talking about costs of any project right now, I would like to find out what the additional costs are on top of us taking on the project, that we would be dealing with some mitigating facts there. But that's going to be the big concern of mine, is just on the site design, the setback, safety features, as well as the parking also flags for me. I know that it's one vehicle per unit. However, we all know that many families have way more than one vehicle. And how are we going to handle additional parking pressures from people that perhaps are in units, you know, 2-bedroom units where they might have 3 vehicles? You know, I think it's not easy for us to determine who's actually going to be taking up residence in these places, especially if we're talking frontline workers. They might have 3 vehicles that we're gonna have to figure out how to park and where that looks like. So while I'm in support of this proceeding in conversation, I really do have a lot of questions that I think on the safety, legal risks, parking concerns that I think need to be addressed for me to, you know, see it all the way through the land transfer stage as of right now. But obviously, I think this is an opportunity. I would be sad to shut it down without actually having all the information in front of me. So until I get all the information, I will keep an open mind. But those are the concerns that I really have right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gill.
My colleagues have asked a lot of great questions, so I don't have many left. But even if you just look at the property on Google Maps, honestly, it doesn't seem very big. So I really have a hard time wrapping my head around how we can get 50 units on that property. Is the current assumption that it's 25 1-bedroom and 25 2-bedroom?
Yes. Sorry, through the mayor to Councillor Gill.
And it's 4 stories, right, maximum?
Correct, with that modeling.
Okay.
And again, obviously that could change depending on how things work. But it actually, with the prefabricated, it's pretty interesting. Like, we have an example of what could be. Again, it really depends on the proponent and what they look like, but it actually fits quite well with that space.
Okay. And Councillor Fideko didn't mention this, but also visitor stalls is something I want to be considerate of, because people are definitely going to have visitors. So more than 50 stalls, I think, or more than 50 parking spots. But yeah, I guess my question was really just about fitting 50 units, because, and how many people? Do you have a rough idea how many people that would be?
So if you assumed, what, one bedroom being 1 to 2 people, 25 to 50, 2 bedrooms being 2 to 3 people, 50, like anywhere from what would that be? 60 to 100, roughly. I don't. Okay. Sorry, I'm math off the top of my head.
It's okay.
Yeah, it would depend on who moves into those spaces.
Okay, can you please make sure that down the line, we get rough ideas of how many people it would be, not just units? I'm just curious as to how many people it would be, but
I think once we get to the pre-development and we have proponents coming forward, Councillor Gale, we'd have more information, and certainly we'll make a note and have that for you.
okay, that's pretty much all from me. I'm definitely open to exploring it further, but there are some things I still have on my mind there. But thank you for the presentation. It's been excellent.
Councillor Singh.
I want to acknowledge by beginning, acknowledging the administration work on advancing affordable housing at 359 First Street East. Increasing housing supply in Cochrane is important, and I appreciate the staged risk managed approach outlined in the report. I do have two areas where I'd appreciate clarification before we proceed further. First, on the financial analysis. The report outlined payback period ranging roughly from 60 to over 80 years, depending on affordability level. Could the administration clarify whether those figures reflect recovery of the full 25 million approximate cost, or only the town net contribution after external funding, as well as borrowing cost or interest assumption included? And would any mortgage financing be carried by town or a delivery partner? Second, I'm sure Councillor Federico has mentioned that. Has the administration formally engaged with CP Rail on setback standards, safety requirements, and mitigation measures? Will independent noise and vibration study be completed? And while the rail operations are federally regulated, have we sought written clarification on operating protocols and safety coordination to provide reassurance to residents? To be clear, I support advancing affordable housing. My goal is simple: to ensure we are thorough in our financial assumption and proactive in addressing rate-related concern before final approval.
Okay. Through the mayor, Councillor Singh. So coming back to the finances, so the payback is purely based off of the town's investment. The assumption, the town's investment for demolition, the assumption around the mortgage and things like this is no cost to the town. I think, you know, if we're using the various levers available to advance affordable housing, you know, housing is actually a big jurisdiction at the province's level, but municipalities are there to create the enabling conditions. And so this is where we'd want to enter into a project where we're not seeing that the town is paying for the mortgage or that year over year, and that's actually handled by the proponent. And that's where something like a mixed model becomes so useful, and kind of, I think, the wave of the future is that it's not on the municipality or our taxpayers to pay for this year after year. It actually has the ability to pay for itself. This assumption, you know, when we talk about the mortgage capacity, does include the various rates that are available. If the proponent was to use CMHC, they do long-term financing that you would stick with these rates as well. So there wouldn't be an additional cost to the town, and that's part of us setting this up successfully in our expression of interest. Did I answer that question?
Yeah, no, thank you.
Okay, and the second one. I think as Mr. Hyman said, when we are stepping into the planning and pre-development is where we would formally engage with CP Railway. We did talk to ATCO again just about the, like, is this possible? What could be, that sort of thing. And their prefabrication has been done in spaces similar to this, where they are close to a railway. So they do have, even inside of what they're able to build, mitigating factors already. But my understanding is that we would engage probably, or I think we do have to, or the proponent would, I'm not entirely certain, in a noise or vibration study to ensure that whatever mitigating factor we're putting forward would meet that. And this is, again, I think, where when we, if council approves this, move into those next stages, that we see that if we can't mitigate it, if the cost is too high to mitigate it, that then we're not necessarily moving forward. So it is kind of that having the ability to say, hey, no, we are able to do this, or a proponent can afford to do this, and it will mitigate it sufficiently or not. So,
do you know the speed of the trains going through the Cochrane area?
So I haven't had this confirmed by the CP Railway, but asked a bit of the civil lands team and a few other people in Canmore for some reason had an answer. It sounds like they max out, or they should, around 16 kilometers an hour. I don't know if that's fact. We double check with them because that would be a part of the exploring that.
And on this, on the wait list, do you know what's the wait list of affordable housing units currently are?
Yes. Actually just heard from CSHO today. I think the number we'd mentioned was close to 120, 100. So just with CSHO alone, not including Rocky View or Bethany or any of the other senior housing, we're looking at 121 individuals on that waiting list.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Is that it, Councillor Singh?
Sorry, thanks.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Mr. Knox. I thought you did a really good job in this. I commend you for all the work that must have went into it, especially having all the financials in front of us tonight. My unique thoughts that we haven't heard around the table are, number one, on the private developer topic. You had mentioned it could be used for anything. Of course, that's a little bit of hyperbole because there are land use regulations here. I think you said community services was the land use designation, and so therefore we couldn't have housing. There wouldn't be a housing project that could go in there from a private buyer. It would be community services, meaning non-residential. Is that right?
So through the mayor to Councillor Wilson, if I remember correctly, and maybe Ms. Harmon can jump in, housing can be considered a community service. So we could see a housing project come into that space, but maybe.
Yeah, the only thing I would add, if we didn't proceed with this project, it would be sold privately. There's the existing zoning. An applicant could purchase this, or a developer could purchase this property, then propose a land use amendment and proceed with any form of different development. Obviously, it would be subject to council's approval and input from the East End. So there is a process to go through there.
Okay, I'm
It
a little
is
surprised.
less restrictive than
Right.
you might think.
Okay, but what's being proposed right now, a private market actor going in and putting 50 units in there would probably not be allowed by the land use currently, is that? I assume the answer was no to that before I asked the question.
Yeah. Again, my understanding from the community services is that they could, but I don't want to speak out of turn on that. We can confirm and.
If you just give me a minute, Councillor Wilson, I can look that up, but
Sure.
Double
Yeah,
check.
I've got lots to talk about here anyway, so
Yeah,
that's
perfect.
good. Yep. Councillor McFadden touched on the high restrictions of the land sale from the federal government. Well, we've already touched on that we have a very narrow lane of what we can actually do if we purchase this from the federal government, and it's essentially what's before us tonight, I believe. I don't think there is another lane. It's yes or no on this project. Is that what I heard back from Councillor McFadden's?
Yeah, so that it's affordable housing or not. It could change number of units, type of units, things like that. But the idea is that there would be some requirements for affordable housing.
Okay, thank you. Completely unique question. You mentioned net incremental versus payment in lieu of taxes, and that struck my interest, where right now, I assume that means the federal government is paying the municipality 30-some thousand and change per year in taxes for the property, is that right?
Yes, approximately 31,000.
Okay, and so if it were to be, if we were to turn down this proposal and the property was sold to a private interest, we would lose that PILT, but the private interest would be paying for just the undeveloped land until it was developed into something, and do we have any idea what that payment would be? Just the undeveloped land itself, as it says?
So through the mayor to Councillor Wilson, I'd have to check with assessment. I'm not sure how that might change. But yeah, I think probably from my understanding, safe to assume it would be around that until it was developed or not. Because from digging into it, I think that the payment in lieu of taxes is based off of the assessment value. So if there was an undeveloped, it would be similar. And it would be, if someone else developed it, that could change the rate that they would be paying as well.
Of course, yeah, it would increase it as soon as somebody develops something on the property, just as it would increase if we were to develop a community-led thing. Okay. My fourth question I had on here was regarding the demolition and remediation costs of 600,000. I think we've been over this in a closed session before where you did tell council that was an estimate, of course. You can't know exactly what the demolition costs would be. And my caution there is situations like the station lands, previously the quarry, Bighill pool examples from demolition, where once you start digging into the ground, you find things that you didn't know were there, and costs escalate. Excuse me, escalate quickly. There was one of the off ramps that was talked about was that there was some sort of site analysis that would give us some confidence of what we might find out in the ground. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, talk a little bit about that. So thank you, Mayor, to Councillor Wilson. So we talk about the environmental site assessments. Typically, depending on the level that you do, we had completed a level 1 environmental assessment of the property. And so this would, as part of that demolition, understanding that there was some asbestos used in the walls, so that was part of that abatement cost to deal with that effectively and appropriately. But the historical use of the land, the only thing that was there was the RCMP lands. There was nothing there previously, whereas the station, that issue you would have seen historically, they had a gas station there. And so even though we did ESA 1 and 2, we missed some of those larger issues. So the big thing that navigating that risk is that as far as we know, and all of the records pertaining there wouldn't be anything that would change that cost. But consider it a low enough risk, because you never truly know. But based off of the due diligence of that process, we would see that there shouldn't be anything like that.
Okay, great. I've been making notes as I've been listening to my colleagues around the table, and Councillor McDonald almost had me with I really liked how you phrase this as a learning experience, where even if we don't go ahead with this, we might be able to actually see what government grants are out there and give us some experience on how to actually handle a project like this. You almost had me, but in the end, I think I've followed the notes I've made here, with the only exception being what I hear back from administration on what could alternatively be built here, including housing.
And I do have an answer.
Oh, please, okay.
So it is a community service district. In terms of the different permitted uses, there are childcare services, community facility, dwelling multi-unit. So there could be a multi-dwelling unit that a private interest would do. It wouldn't be affordable housing. There's education service, government services, exactly what was there before. A healthcare facility, healthcare office, market, recreation facility, supportive housing, a temporary care facility, or a temporary commercial service. Discretionary uses which would need to go to CPC would be a drinking establishment, eating establishment, fitness studio, or retail service. So there is the opportunity for residential development on this site based on the current zoning. However, I think the distinction is it would not have the affordable components that Mr. Knox has discussed tonight.
Okay, thank you for that. I think it's relevant to the consideration at least, and for people living in the area, just knowing that there's two different paths to go here and how they could look. For me, the notes I made here are best case scenario in my estimation here. It seems after a lot of administrative work, we achieved 25 units being subsidized 20% off market rates, and the community receives its cash back or break even after year 35, at least if under that 50% assumption. Yep. However, this doesn't consider opportunity cost, real financial risks outlined, time of money wasn't talked about, and neighborhood first preferences were outlined a little bit. In my estimation here, I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze, as there's tremendous financial risks associated, large capital outlays we don't have municipal debt capacity for, and tight restrictions on the land use after federal purchase. So for those reasons, I think my vote would be no to proceeding forward with this, with the shout out caveat that you almost had me, Councillor McDonald, off of thinking about let's go one more step. I don't think it's worth that next step personally, so I'd go against it tonight.
Okay. Last but not least, hopefully not least anyways. So I still have some questions. I'll try not to ask any questions that have already been answered. I thought everybody did a great job raising a lot of valid concerns and questions. Thank you, everybody from the public who's here engaging on this. The one thing I'm really interested in terms of questions, you mentioned tonight, Mr. Knox, that if there was a time to get prescriptive, that time might be now. So that really interests me because I don't want to miss the opportunity for us to possibly get prescriptive in this process. If council didn't say anything else tonight, we just approved the motion as is, what is going forwards in terms of the vision of what would end up happening on this site with a partner? And how might we get prescriptive?
Yes, great questions, Mayor. If we move forward with this and the federal government was to enter in the next stage of negotiations, we would learn a little bit more about maybe some of the minimum requirements they have, which, you know, could be a challenge, but would highlight to us, okay, this is the minimum baseline that we're working with. We would then have the ability, I think, to get more prescriptive in terms of if we wanted to see above and beyond the minimum, or if we said, no, we're good to explore and see what an expression of interest looks like. I think, you know, some of the things that we've talked about or have come out of this about like even like the neighborhood community fit, we can easily build that in. And I think that would be part of our due diligence easily enough. I don't want to be presumptive, but I feel like this could be a great workshop. I don't know if that's the direction council would like to go, but I think, you know, what we could very easily do is in the development of our RFP around scoping, because there's obviously some things that pretty standard we'd have to have and things like that. But I'm wondering if it would be a circulation to council or something, I don't know, to say, you know, what else do we need to consider? The challenging part is I know that each of you will have various ideas and various things that you'd like to see in that, and I'm not sure how that would work in terms of that kind of deeper dive. I think the various things.
Yeah, if I can, I think one of the things that would perhaps, because again, the workshops aren't, you're not supposed to be making decisions. I think what you could do is if the majority of council wish to proceed tonight and get more information and go to the next stage, we could prepare the expression of interest and bring that back for council's review at a council meeting, and then you could see the provisions that we've included, ensure we're in alignment, and then move forward.
Yeah, I would very much like that. And my thinking is if we are moving forward with an affordable housing project, it's been mentioned a number of times that the idea is everybody who is spending more than 30% of their money should qualify for affordable housing. I philosophically disagree with that. I think we have such limited resources to invest in affordable housing. I think that these projects should be going towards the individuals who are most at need, people who simply cannot possibly afford a house for themselves. And I think if the threshold is just that you're spending a little over 30% of your income on housing, a huge portion of our community would fall under that definition. Probably, I know you have the actual housing needs assessment numbers, but it's probably like 50% of homeowners are probably spending more than 30% in today's market.
It's a lot. And I think that, you know, it isn't a gear or an income geared requirement. It's a market rent requirement. And what that means is that you're just making sure, so for like a one bedroom, that if the market rent in Cochrane's $1,600, that this unit wouldn't charge more than $1,250. But in terms of who actually goes in there, could be an individual who's still paying more. When you enter into an income geared project, it's a very different piece. So I think that that's something that we could easily consider. And I know that I think from my understanding from chatting with CSHO about their list too, that's a big part of their consideration is not just do you meet the minimum requirements, but what's that kind of full picture? And I would assume that similarly you have individuals who it is still more than 30% or 50%, but it is helping. And I think that that's very easily something that we could ask the proponent to demonstrate to us at that stage how they would like to navigate that type of who's their tenant.
Okay, yeah, and as our CAO has mentioned, would love to bring this back for a public conversation. So there's that, and then just to reiterate, something that's been brought up by a number of people up here, one of the critical takeaways, I hope for the public and anybody listening, is that it's not an option of do whatever we want on this property or affordable housing. It's really important for the community to understand that the opportunity before us is just affordable housing. It's not like we can just come up with anything. And then additionally, I still have some more questions about the financial impacts. There's been a lot of really great concerns raised this evening of things we need to solve, specifically localized issues like parking and stuff like that, as well as rail concerns. But from a broad community standpoint, I think one of the things that every taxpayer in Cochrane might be most worried about is how much it's going to cost. Yeah. There were some off-ramp opportunities. So we will have a complete and full understanding of the total cost and opportunity of cost for this project before we get locked in permanently, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's why my recommendation is to let us explore further.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, so the motion on the floor, we got a few blinking lights. Councillor Fidego.
I only have one more question, and it's probably impossible to maybe answer at this point, but while we, maybe look to vote to proceed down this pathway, do we have a generalized cost of what proceeding down that pathway could eventually look like if we don't proceed with the actual project? So if we're taking it all the way to kind of the land transfer point, have we spent $250,000 getting to a point where it's not proceeding? That would be my, and I don't know if you would probably be able to answer that right now.
No, I did dig into that actually quite a bit. So through the mayor to Councillor Fideko, the primary cost right now to the town is our time. So in terms of exploring it and things like that, and even to the proponent that we would work with is primarily time. Depending on how we want to navigate things like a noise vibration study or things like that could be a larger conversation. And we could come back with those numbers. Typically in these types of scenarios, the municipality prepares the land and the proponent, whoever it is, handles those other components, and the cost is borne to them. So there is a lower risk to the town from that. But when we look at things like if we wanted to expedite this by removing like fees or things like that, that's where we could see that type of trade-off or cost. I think the early direction from council was wanting to minimize the cost to the town and taxpayers. But we can definitely come back with a more fulsome. But I did dig into it, and primarily it's preparing the land, which is their demolition costs. And a fulsome list of all of what that is around the 600K. But obviously, some things could change there as we look into things like an attenuation wall or that sort of thing. But we can bring more information.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor McFadden.
Thank you. Mr. Knox, through the presentation, I think you mentioned ATCO as an example of a company that provides prefabricated units. But you're just using them as an example, right?
Correct.
That has not in any way been locked in that we're going to be proceeding with ATCO. It's just an example of what could be done at an affordable price point.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to clarify that because their name was brought up a number of times in the presentation.
Yes, and sorry if there was any confusion about that. No, just used for an example. I think part of the reason we had also explored ATCO was with the Build Canada Homes opportunity. The $13 billion that they're highlighting is that they're wanting a local innovative solution. ATCO would be one of the ones that they've actually named, but there is no agreement or set. If our proponent, whoever it is, had a different example or someone else that they'd be looking to work with, and I would assume that they would probably follow an RFP process for that as well too.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to get clear on that in your presentation.
No, appreciate it.
And then, yeah, for the question itself, I really appreciate the information that's provided here tonight. One of my priorities certainly is the need to create a complete community. And that really means we do need to pass time to focus on affordable and attainable housing options, and to, in our planning, be more deliberate in fitting in the entire housing spectrum. When you look at somebody who makes $70,000, has a hard time finding a place to live in our community, it tells me that the housing crisis isn't next door or the next province, it's here at home. And we need to be part of finding that solution. And so even, 25 units at market rate and 25 affordable will make a difference in our community. And so I certainly support this first step. And I certainly appreciate all the risks and off-ramp, and the fact that we're going to be going into this with educated minds and understanding the financial implications. But big picture, even at this point, the fact that we can quickly, in the scale of how housing works, bring 50 units to market in just a couple of years is an amazing accomplishment. And I think it's a story that Cochrane should be a part of.
And I have another question about the motion. So we've discussed at great length tonight that this will be coming back for more information, but when I read this motion, it really sounds like we're giving administration the direction to move forwards. Can someone clarify for me how this motion enables us to proceed with the conversation, but then come back for more public engagement through a council meeting, and then more decision-making points? It's the enter into the initial agreement of purchase and sale. That's the part that really makes me feel like approving this is a done deal.
No, and so the some clarification, and actually now based off of the interest from council for us to come back for the expression of interest, I think we would have to change this. So the initial agreement of purchase and sale, think of it as like a purchase with conditions. You have to meet all the various, you have to demonstrate that you've done your expression of interest and that you've gotten all the various things ready before you do the land transfer. So it's very much so just for us to even start that process. But I think the important part is the satisfactory legal review, but we could maybe change the return to council for final approval prior to land transfer would be subject to satisfactory legal review and return to council before the launch of our expression of interest or something like that. Like, because then that's the clear next piece. Jillian's nodding. I should be looking right at you this whole time.
What do we do, Jillian?
The initial purchase and sale agreement allows for the ongoing negotiation. And so that's really our commitment to continue the conversation with the federal government, not the final piece. And so all of these conditions that Mr. Knox has outlined, including ensuring we have the proper proponent who can demonstrate that they have the proper funding to take the next step before land transfer, is that final sort of off-ramp. And so we can't go any further until that initial sign-off of those agreements is in place, which is why we need the endorsement of council to proceed. That is really just the jumping off point. And again, I agree with you, Mr. Knox, changing that so that we return for that review of the expression of interest would be a proper edit to this based on the discussion this evening.
Okay, great, thanks. And I personally remain undecided and open to be swayed in one way or the other on this proposal. Any further comments, questions, conversation? One more from Councillor McFadden?
Do we need to formally amend that?
Correct.
See, I'm paying attention here. But since I put the motion on the floor, I think I can just amend the motion to state those. I have no idea what the extra words were.
Do we need a minute to figure it out?
Yeah, if we could take a brief recess, then we can amend the language so that council can see it clearly on the screen, and we can put it up on the streaming as well.
All right, let's take a quick 5.
Can we also just do a quick review of the second one to make sure that it's not red flagging anybody either? You're good?
Okay, come back. Is the stream live? We're good? All right, excellent.
Right.
Okay,
So we made some amendments, and you notice too, we removed the second part because really, in all honesty and in review, all of those components around advancing the funding and engaging with the market partners would be captured in our expression of interest and moving forward to the land transfer. We wouldn't move forward to land transfer if we didn't have a proper funding model, so.
all right, looking for a green light. I guess you have to withdraw the last motion first, I think. Okay, just amend it.
So I am amending my prior eloquence to state that council direct administration to enter into the initial agreement of purchase and sale of 359 First Street East, framework of agreements, and subject to satisfactory legal review, and return to council for review of the expression of interest and for final approval prior to land transfer. Thank you, everybody. That reads better.
Any further conversation? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Those opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Lauren, please take it away.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Today I am presenting an initiative focused on strengthening how we understand, protect, and steward Cochrane's natural spaces as our community continues to grow. This proposal also moves the Natural Environmental Protection Task Force work from the terms of reference into implementation. This evening I will provide a brief overview of the environmental assessments and education work, and am recommending Council approves $120,000 to complete this work. The environmental assessments focus on strengthening the ecological foundation that informs future decisions. As Cochrane continues to grow and recreational use intensifies, understanding ecological sensitivities becomes increasingly important. These assessments will establish clear baseline conditions in key corridors and high-use natural areas, so we understand what we have, where the pressures are, and where intervention may be needed. The intent is to support planning decisions with site-specific data. It allows us to identify areas that require protection, where mitigation strategies may be appropriate, and where restoration opportunities exist. Environmental protection is not achieved through policy alone. It requires public understanding and shared responsibility. This component focuses on building a culture of stewardship within the community through interpretive signage, volunteer engagement, partnerships, workshops, and awareness initiatives, creating opportunities for residents to connect with and better understand our natural spaces. When people understand why these areas matter, ecologically, socially, and for future generations, they are far more likely to use them responsibly and support long-term protection efforts. Ultimately, this is about strengthening community ownership of our open spaces and ensuring stewardship becomes part of Cochrane's culture as we grow. This initiative is intentionally structured and phased to ensure the work is thoughtful, data-driven, and measurable. The first half of the year focuses on refining scope and engaging the appropriate ecological expertise. That groundwork is critical to ensure the assessments are aligned with best practices and deliver meaningful data. Mid-year, we move into field assessments and development of the education framework. This ensures both components are grounded in evidence and designed to be practical and implementable. In Q3 and Q4, the focus shifts to roll out the performance tracking. This will result in environmental assessment reports, recommendations to guide protection and policy decisions, and a defined education strategy framework. Administration is requesting a total allocation of $120,000 from the General Operating Reserve. The majority of the request supports the environmental assessments, which require specialized ecological expertise. And the remaining portion advances the education framework and initial implementation. This evening, administration is recommending that council approve the allocation of $120,000 from the General Operating Reserve to complete environmental assessments and environmental education initiatives in alignment with the Natural Environment Protection Task Force 2026 work plan. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, council, can we get a motion to begin the conversation? Councilor McDonald.
I'll make the recommended motion, and I have some questions. Michelle, can you can you talk to us about how this fits into the grand master plan of Cochrane's future? I know that this fits into the Bow River strategy. I know we're hiring an environmental compliance position. So can you pull all those pieces together?
For sure. Through the chair to Councillor McDonald, these assessments really create the baseline of the spaces for us. So as we start to build out our strategies, Bow River strategy is a perfect example of that. We currently do not have any data telling us how our open spaces are from an environmental lens. And so this will support the data on how we actually create policy, how we decide to move forward with restoration projects. Jim Muffleman would be one of those examples. We did an assessment similar to this, not quite to this level, on the banks, and that came out with policy and capital project ideas on how we would actually protect the banks. So this will actually tie into all of the different strategies that we're building. With the Bow River strategy would be the largest one. And then as we move forward with the master plan and further policy development, this will help kind of create that baseline.
So is it fair to say then that whether this was attached to the NEP task force or whether it wasn't, this type of recommendation is coming forward either now or either later as we work through the Bow River strategy?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That this type of work has been on our operational plan for quite some time now, recognizing that we didn't have a baseline to create a process or any policies or planning. And so that's this has been on our radar for quite a while.
Okay. I think your admin's timing tonight was lovely, starting us off with this particular presentation and framing the night that way. It's a difficult thing sitting up here because you can't really be a Cochranite, I don't think, if you don't love our natural areas. I think it's just inherently part of the people who live here, and it's difficult to kind of balance the scales. We get to sit up here and go, oh, we love it so much and we value it and we want to protect it and we appreciate it, but eventually the hard decision arrives where to advance that work it costs some money. Yeah, I just want to get a sense of where it fits. Did you mention the compliance position? Any idea of when that person's coming on board?
I might turn to Mr. Hyndman for that.
We're working through that process right now. I think with part of the presentation that you'll receive a little bit later this evening in the in-camera, we'll have some further details on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think a few of us just are really looking forward to seeing how it all starts to be one comprehensive picture. But that's it for me for now.
Councillor Verdigo.
Can you just confirm, because I'm struggling a little bit, is this a consultant doing this work or is it the task force themselves doing the work?
Through the chair to Councillor Fadego, this money is to fund a consultant to do the work. The task force would then be putting forward, administration would put forward policy based on the assessments that are completed, and that would be coming through the task force. So the task force would be providing suggestions on the policy work that is coming out of the assessments.
Because I find the terms of reference fuzzy on the whole committee, right? You have, like, if you actually read it, it says completed environmental assessment study of Cochrane's natural areas. That's supposed to be the task force's mandate, which to me reads that the task force themselves are completing an environmental assessment study. I think that there feels like there's, and I've never been on the task force itself, but I feel like we've created a task force of really highly educated people who are passionate, who want to be on a task force, that I feel like I struggle to understand what their purpose is on the task force, considering now we're just going to hire a consultant who's going to do that work and then bring all that information back to a task force who's going to read the information. I just am kind of at a loss that we've had this task force go for so long, and I feel like in some ways kind of waste valuable time. I agree that the work needs to be done. If the work needed to be done anyways, then I don't understand how this now becomes a task force initiative. And then I struggle with the fact that the environmental compliance person, we don't have it. And so I feel like there's like 3 gaps happening and none of them are talking to each other. And I struggle to say that I want to fund this right now without actually having any idea of what we're actually spending the money on, who's looking at that information, and how does it fit into the overall picture. I think kind of like Councillor McDonald said, like I'm kind of at a loss. I think all of us sitting up here realize that it is important, and I'm actually quite shocked that we have no policy that exists on our open spaces that would actually, so I go back to like when we paved the Glenbow pathway, like what were the actual policy to say that that work should have actually been done, right? Like that to me is a huge mess all over the place. I don't know, I'll wait to see what my colleagues say around the table. I'm really struggling with this. I feel that like I said, you've got educated people who have sat on a task force. I feel like they've been tasked to do a job that really they're not doing that job anyways. They're just gonna read a report and then make recommendations on a report that then council ultimately has to make the decision on. I don't see the point. But that's, maybe somebody can help address it for me.
If I can provide some clarity on how the task force is supported to this point, they are required to meet quarterly. So to do full assessments would be quite time consuming, but building up to the assessments and understanding where we actually wanted to complete them, the task force, to their credit, put in a lot of hours to ensure that we were mapping the community correctly based on their knowledge and data. And so the suggestions based on, from them came forward of how we would actually determine where we were doing the assessments. The policies and that the task force will be part of will support all of our future development and redevelopment. So that is where the task force is definitely very bringing their expertise and their knowledge, because I do not have that type of expertise, but the task force definitely does.
And if I can, I think we're leveraging the expertise, having known a few of them for several years. They bring a lot of expertise to the table. We are going to take the information from the consultants. They're going to have an opportunity. They're going to give us a series of recommendations, advise us on some of the initial priorities and where we should proceed with. So I think it's leveraging some community assets to get outcomes. And certainly I appreciate your comments on the environmental or the regulatory position. We will bring all of these things together. It's just trying to coordinate all that at this point.
If I may, I think a bigger question I think you're asking, Councillor Federico, is about the council committee itself. And so I think that is a much bigger conversation we will have to have with council as a newly elected body about all of your committees to review, because committees of council are created to provide feedback directly to council on policy, which is council's authority and your jurisdiction. And so that is what their mandate, all of your committees should be, unless your appeal boards have a different function. And so I think that the committee discussion is a much bigger one that we need to have with council and with the committees to determine whether any of the terms of reference for any of the current committees continue to reach the mandate that was originally set, which I would suggest again, because we had 8 years of a consistent council, that did not get reviewed as consistently as it should be, because there was a belief that those committees were meeting that mandate. I would suggest that now is a great time that we should be looking at reviewing those mandates again for all committees of council, because they are not doer committees, they are actually advisor committees to council. And so we need to make sure we keep those committees in the advisory capacity where that makes sense. Like I said, your boards are a little bit different, but again, I think it's a deeper conversation about what those committees actually are and how this council wants to see them function. And so a fulsome review of all of the terms of reference for all of the committees of council will be something we'll be looking at bringing forward.
That, and I wanted to clarify, it's not that I didn't think anybody on the actual committee wasn't doing any work. I think they've done a lot of work. my fear is that now it's just, when you actually read the terms of reference, it's like they should be conducting the work, but now it's going to consultant. And even when I asked Councillor McDonald the question, who is on the committee, to say, I mean, is this a consultant doing the work? And it's like, when you don't know the answer yourself, as a person on the actual task force, I have some concerns on the actual overall terms of reference and figuring out if this advisory board needs to continue, does it need to end, do we need to change things? Certainly not to say that people haven't done any work, not my intention at all. Just I struggle with the fact that we've got a few different things going on, and I don't want to waste people's time who are volunteering their heart, their personal time to be here. And if we're not giving them a direct purpose, then I would say that that task force then is done. They've done their work, and let's thank them and let's move on, but let's not entangle them up for months and months of more meetings where we don't actually know what they're trying to determine.
So before we go any further, I want to mix up the conversation a little bit here. Is the chair of the task force willing to come up here and speak to your guys' work and how this request might support what you're doing? I feel like that would be a productive way of bridging the gap here. Well, just come and share your thoughts with us, and then can I maybe lead with a question? Can you talk a bit about how this budget might support the task force's efforts?
Well, we were created by council, and it was the biggest reaction to a committee, task force, whatever, in the town's history. How many applications were there to be on the 4 positions? Like 90 or something. It was huge. It was obviously that, we were very excited about somebody looking at the natural environment in town, because we'd seen it. Some of us lived here our whole lives, and we've seen it degraded and developed and used up, and there's been no baseline. This $100,000 goes to a baseline. This is what we have. This is where we are at. And in order to keep it and sustain it for our grandchildren and whoever, we need to set up some policies and do that. That's what our expertise is. We looked at the areas in town that were most important to us now. We had a 2-year term. We looked at those things. Mayor, you were part of this whole thing. And we looked at the areas that needed attention, and then we determined that we needed a baseline. And yes, we all work, we're volunteers. Hours and hours and hours we put into this. And these people back here are professionals, and if we added up their hourly rates, you don't want to see that bill. But we've done a lot of work, and we're at the point now where we have to hand it off to professional consultants that do an RFP, get a baseline, we have that baseline. Then we can recommend to you guys, this is where we need to go, this is what we need to do. But, I don't know, most of you, as part of your campaigns, mentioned the environment over and over and over again, in the newspapers or whatever. We think it's important to us. We've put our time into this. We're just asking for some support at this point. No, we're not consultants that are gonna go out for free, and this is hours of work, and it needs to be done. And if it isn't, we're gonna end up, earlier we look at Bighill Springs, and what's going on there. And, you're talking about setbacks and stuff. Well, we don't have that in town. And this is a start. This is where our natural environment, the little bit that we have left, needs to be saved, in our opinion. So we were created by you guys. We did what we thought we were supposed to do, and we've got to this point. We can't move past this point without a baseline. I can't recommend a policy without knowing what we have. And we can't fix it or maintain it or sustain it without knowing where we're at.
Okay, great. Can you hang up here for a few minutes
Yeah.
while council asks more questions? And council, can you, if you have a preference of who the question is directed towards, can you say whether it's a question for administration or the task force? We'll go to Councillor Singh first.
Sure. Question for administration. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate the work administration and task force have done so far. A few clarification points. Could you clarify what the expected final outcome is for 2026 environmental assessment and education initiatives? For example, once the assessment is the identified areas are complete, are these intended as standalone reports or are the first phase in a multi-year program that will lead to further studies, restoration planning, or policy recommendation? Second, my understanding from the Bow River strategy is that each highlighted area may undergo additional, more detailed studies as implementation process progresses. Could you clarify if that is correct or whether the 2026 work will serve as the primary ecological baseline for these areas? How should council and public understand what this work covers and how long it will continue? And finally, I noticed in January 19th presentation, the work plan and their funding requests were framed broadly around the Natural Environmental Task Force. And in today's presentation, there is a specific reference to alignment with Bow River strategies. Could you clarify the distinction between the two? And was the Bow River strategy connection something that has been implied or is a new framing to demonstrate alignment for funding purposes? Thank you.
All right, through the chair to Councillor Singh, I will try to catch all of your questions here. So the final outcome of the assessments is exactly what you outlined. There should be policy recommendations, reclamation projects that would be coming out of that. Again, what Darcy had said is it creates the baseline for us of understanding these open spaces, and then the task force would be involved with the policy development so that council can then choose if they would like to approve those policies and have administration kind of carry those policies out. This will be currently through the task force. The task force is a 2-year program. They are completed February 2027. But the plan would be, and to my earlier comment of this has always been on our radar, the plan would be to make sure that we are instilling the policy in all of our development, but then also continuing to do more assessments on other areas of the community so that we can create more baselines and understand how our natural areas are doing. So this is a multi-year program that would be coming forward, but right now this is just in alignment with the work that's happening through the task force. For the Bow River strategy and the adjustments that you saw in the report, when I brought forward the initial work plan, the Bow River strategy was not approved. So yes, it was to show that there is alignment with all of the work that we are doing. With the strategy now being approved, it does fall in direct alignment with the work and the implementation plan of the Bow River strategy. Sorry, I think I missed the middle question. The Bow River strategy and the baseline for ecological areas is what I have noted here, but did I answer?
A standalone report, or there could be more report?
So this would not be it would be a standalone report that's implemented into all of our planning process. So it would be considered before we are doing any sort of work in the area and be kind of like the catalyst of that.
So there will be more studies to be done for those particular areas in the Bow River strategy?
Oops. So you can see that along the corridor and where the Bow River strategy outlines, these assessments will cover the assessments that are suggested in the Bow River strategy.
If I may ask, why these areas? Why not the upstream of our water source? Why didn't we pick that, or what was the reason these areas were picked?
I don't have the exact technical details of why, but we made sure that we were staying inside of the Cochrane borders for our assessments. And there was like an evaluation. The task force members did go out on site, They did an evaluation of different areas that had been previously identified by administration, and that was how it was determined.
And Councillor Singh, if I can, I think these are probably the most heavily used areas within the community with the most impact. So I think they're identifying the areas that they can get the baseline and then make the decisions to create policy to have the most positive impact on the other end of this.
But wouldn't it affect, like, the first presentation, Bighill, our water comes west of us, and there's a burnt coast side, I'm sure everybody knows. Would that be what, like, this report or any other report could be useful to put up, or?
Unfortunately, that's outside of our boundary. We are taking a position on that. And earlier tonight, like, I work with Jerry quite a bit and have worked with them on the gravel pit applications and wrote letters of support. So we are doing these things, but certainly for this group, and I don't want to comment for them, but I think they are looking at the most heavily impacted areas in our community and areas where we can make an immediate difference.
Yeah. No, thank you. I asked this question just to ensure that the council and the community have clear understanding of both our alignment and the follow-up work, so they communicate outcomes accurately to the task force effectively. So thank you for,
Okay. Over to Councillor McFadden.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't think I have a question for the committee, but I think one of the questions I think was highlighted is I think council needs to have a conversation about the committees and how we need to best set them up. And I think the language of the task force, like a task force is designated to do a task by name, and the language of the task force I think has caused some confusion. But I think the intent there is that council and Cochranites are passionate about our environment, and we want to get a handle on it and be able to find ways to preserve and conserve. So I think if we were to go back in time, we maybe would have changed the language on the task force a bit, but at the end of the day, we are looking for this talented group of folks to provide us, engagement and guidance on how to make these decisions, and I would, setting aside perhaps the exact language of the task force, really be looking to them to provide us guidance and recommendations on what to do with this work. And apologies to my council colleagues that are the reps on this this committee. I would do defer to you and your thoughts on this, but I really do value this work. I think it needs to happen regardless of whether we had a task force or how that might fall. So, I'm certainly in favor of this work, and of course, as it was noted, having this on the same night that we heard from the Bighill Creek Preservation Society really highlights how important this is. So my take on this, we maybe future years we can clean up the committee language, but its work I think needs to get done. And so I think my question to you is more about, so we have this skilled and talented group available for 3 or 4 more meetings. How do we make use of that with this? And so what is the forecasted structure of this? If we go and engage this group, how long will the work take for this group to then participate in? And then who is actually like the steward of the group? Like, is administration actually leading the work, and then the task force is going to act as a stakeholder, a public stakeholder group to help align the priorities and recommendations council? Is that how we're foreseeing the work being done?
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden. So if approved this evening, we currently have an RFP scoped for the assessments, so we would put forward the RFP out to the different environmental consultants, and we would anticipate that work would begin end of Q2, and then that work potentially is going to take 6 to 8 weeks, depending on weather and a variety of different things. Those reports would then be coming back, hopefully by Q3, and the task force would then start reviewing the policy recommendations or the any sort of recommendations that come out of those assessments, and administration would bring back all of the advice the task force is providing to council for decision. So the task force itself would be part of Once those recommendations are made, administration would create, I'll back it up a little bit. The task force would then help us prioritize which policies should be coming forward first. And administration would create those policies and work in alignment with the task force to ensure that we're using their expertise in the policy development before it's coming back to council.
Okay. Alrighty, but yeah, I think I understand that, and as was highlighted by our chair, there's a lot of interest and passion in Cochrane, whether you're on council or you're a resident, about preserving our spaces. It's one of the things that make Cochrane such an amazing place to live. So big picture, I support this. I think just how we set up the language of the task force has caused some confusion. But the essence of it, I fully support. So that's my thoughts at this point. I will, again, be more than willing to defer to my colleagues who lead on that committee, but those are my thoughts at this point.
Councillor Gill.
I haven't spoken yet, so I want to start off by thanking our volunteers for all the hours you've put into it. And as one of the councillors on the committee, I missed the first meeting, but I do feel as if I have a duty to advocate for this because it is on the terms of reference, like it is outlined there. And in the grand scheme of things, I think that this work does have to get done. I think especially as we do our growth management plans long-term, these sort of policies will be important for shaping that. But my biggest grievance with this is that it's outside of regular budget deliberations. And I feel also as if, we have the duty to be stewards of taxpayer dollars, right? And to be frank, we don't have the money for this. It's coming out of reserves, we don't have the money. And so I don't really understand, I guess, as a new councillor, why this didn't come forward during deliberations at all. I understand you probably didn't have an idea or know how much it was at the time, but I just kind of don't understand why this is outside of regular deliberations if we kind of knew that this had to come forward at some point.
Through the chair to Councillor Gill, I can provide some background onto that. And I believe in Ms. Ambrose can confirm if I'm perhaps my recollection isn't correct. This was included in the initial budget. However, there was direction previously provided to remove this from the budget and then bring it back at another time. So that was, I believe, in September, October. So that's why we are here rather than this being part of the budget. You have indicated and identified something that moving forward, we will include these things in the budget and not have them separate. But given this circumstance, I'm supportive of this moving forward and think it's wanted to share that with council.
Yep, and that makes sense. That's understandable. I thought that there'd probably be a reason, and going forward, I would really, I guess, like clarity on that sort of thing again. But thank you for that, and I guess that's really, everyone else has asked really good questions. So for now, that's all I had.
Councillor Federico.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Scott. I think you kind of put it into some sort of perspective that I understand why this work needs to happen. And if it's the baseline, then I can fully support that because I think you're right. We can't really do anything if we don't understand where we're actually at. But thank you for kind of placing that and coming up to the podium and explaining your position because really, I think the whole entire how everything has come together has been a little muddled and a little confusing, and you're right, outside of scope of budget and trying to understand why this work needed to get done. I just wanted to say thank you for kind of bringing it all home, for me anyways.
Yeah, and as everybody else has said, thank you everyone for being part of all this. We all up here really value the Cochrane's natural environment, our beautiful areas that need to be protected and maintained. We value your guys' time and energy, so thanks for being part of it. I just want to make sure on the timeline, are we sure we have enough time in the task force in order to get this the assessment done and then formulate tangible recommendations through the task force at the same time?
Through to the mayor, If it's approved this evening, we would be making sure that we're prioritizing the RFP. And so that will launch the work immediately. It will be a tight turnaround. The task force is completed February 2027, but our goal administratively is to have policies in front of council in Q4 of this year.
And can we invite the task force back at the same time to go over everything that they've gleaned from the assessment and present their recommendations as well?
Of course.
Okay, excellent. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. I want to further complicate this and bring in something from the first presentation tonight, the wildlife corridor that was mentioned. That really interests me. It's come up in council previously, and it was kind of pondered if that might belong with NEP, and then also the wetlands policy. So I know that's not what we're talking about tonight, but I thought let's throw it out.
Through the chair to Councillor McDonald, I do have that on the next agenda for the task force.
Okay.
You read my mind.
And the wildlife corridors will be part of the assessments, like that will be part of their, I haven't seen the RFP, but that's usually normal assessments like that are usually there's wildlife corridor things in there, like trails, whatever, to water, to this, to that.
Yeah, and to build on that, with the Bow River strategy, we also did the river access impact studies. So those studies are being intertwined with the work that we're doing. We're making, I know that it seems convoluted, but in the background, we are really making sure that it's all integrated into one cohesive plan at the end of this.
And tonight's, where's that? Where did we get for tonight?
With the recommendation?
Or whatever, yeah. The paperwork for tonight, whatever the recommendation, or what is that? How does it, this one?
The council report?
Yeah, just into that executive summary, you guys can see, I know it's been confusing, the task force, whatever, it's been confusing for us. We started out with this thing, this is a task force. We dug in and we understood what a task force was, and we were gonna do stuff and get it done. But we've also gone over that thing, and we've worked with Michelle and others. And, you know, in this, it basically tells you we're more an advisory committee now, I think, is kind of what we're calling ourselves, as opposed to a task force. And I think that was a confusion for us and everybody from the beginning. We task force, okay, we're taking it and we're going, and we did. But that was all done so that we could advise you guys on, this is where we're at, this is where we're gonna go, and if we're staying where we're at, and this is where we could be, and yeah, it's important. You look at Calgary and the river in Calgary and the Bow River strategy. 2013, we found out what happens when you develop right up to the edge of every river and don't pay attention to it. You look at Edmonton, they can have a flood and survive. Calgary, that flood with development right up and no care for the setbacks and whatever, billions of dollars. So, yeah, just a baseline. We need that baseline to know where to go.
All right, Councillor Gill.
In the grand scheme of things and all these, there's so many environmental things going on, is this kind of the last piece of this puzzle in terms of all of our assessments that we've been doing recently, and especially on the Bow River and our creeks, et cetera? Is this kind of going to be the end of environmental consultants for a while, or are there going to be more next year?
Through the chair to Councillor Gale, for the locations that have been selected for a while, those will be the last assessments that are required, unless there is infrastructure that's built, and then there's environmental assessments that are required with capital projects. But the rest of the community, there's a lot of other open spaces that we have not identified in these assessments, and it would be prudent to ensure that we've got a baseline on all of them.
I mean, our waterways, when I say studies, so you would say that this is, I guess, the finishing puzzle piece for all of our waterway and what we need in order to get policy recommendations to go forward. Like we're not going to need anything else to establish a baseline. Once we have this, we will be good.
I'm just going to switch back to the map. So through the chair to Councillor Gale, you'll notice that on the south side of the river, we've only selected one location. But through the Bow River strategy work, we had identified that through the south side of the river is actually where the wildlife corridor is running currently. So we would want to make sure that we are taking a deeper look at that beyond just the river access impact study. So for the locations that we've identified, yes, but there will need to be further studies if we're going to dig into wildlife corridors and how to protect them.
I think with wetlands and wildlife, as we go that way, I'm sure, but I think we've gotten so much information on the Bow River and on, hopefully on Bighill coming soon here. So I'm hoping that we can really complete this puzzle for a little bit here and at least establish a nice baseline. And I guess that was my question. So it's all for me.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. Well, we have the representatives here. Thank you for coming to the meeting tonight. I do appreciate when it just shows your care to be here to defend this. As I was reading through the report, I did understand the need for the 100,000 for the natural areas assessment. That seemed like probably a must-have. The environmental education strategy seemed like a nice-to-have to me. Can you explain why I'm right or wrong about that opinion?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson. So inside of the terms of reference of the task force, there is the environmental education. However, just like the assessments, it's been on administration's radar that if we are not educating our residents on how important the environment is and the different things that they can do to help us as a community protect our natural spaces, then we're almost spinning in a circle without bringing everyone along with us. So in our administrative plan, it was, we do have a team member on my team who would be kind of helping support all of the environmental education, who she currently already is doing that to a smaller degree. So that's why we included it.
Okay, thank you. I came into the meeting expecting to vote against this. I've been convinced of the need for the 100,000. I still haven't been convinced of the need for the 20,000. Am I able to separate those out, or do I have to vote against it if I? There's a motion on the floor, so I'd have to vote against. Okay.
We could probably amend.
Okay, that would be my hope. Just to put my cards on the table. That's what I'm looking for. I've been sold on the 100,000. I haven't been sold on the 20,000.
Who made the initial motion? I did. Councillor McDonald, would you be willing to amend your motion to split it into two pieces so that Councillor Wilson can vote in favor of the part that he likes or supports?
Would you like me to make those motions now?
Let's adjust your motion right now. So let's withdraw the one and then move the first 100,000 maybe.
Okay, I withdraw my first motion. And I suggest a motion to approve $100,000 for the environmental assessment. And I suggest a second motion to approve.
One at a time.
Okay.
One at a time.
My
Okay,
mistake.
so the $100,000. Let's dial in on that. That was the one that you said you were in favor of, correct, Councillor Wilson?
That's right, yes.
Okay, any further conversation on that 100,000? Councillor Gill?
It's not directly related to the 100,000, it's relating to the 20,000. If council votes to approve 100,000, would we be able to bring back that 20,000 in budget deliberations in the fall? Is that something that would be possible? Could we delay that?
I see Drew saying yes, that would work.
It would. Again, council, I think we brought this forward with the intent of seeing it move forward as proposed, but certainly if that's something council wishes, you can make a vote in that direction.
Well, let's talk about that piece second, after we talk about this first 100,000, which is with regards to the assessment itself. I still have questions. So if understanding that this is going to be the baseline of information that's going to drive our policy decision making, I have some concerns that we're missing the opportunity to study a lot of the river on the south side, because that's where so much of our current development growth is happening and expected growth in the years ahead. We have Towers Trail, Rolling Range Estates on Towers Trail is upcoming South Bow Landing. There's thousands of homes that have been approved, and I feel like all that is going to have a major impact on the south side of the river, not the north side of the river. How difficult would it be to change the scope of this to include more of the river?
Sorry. To the mayor, The scope is allocated for the 6 locations, so if council chose to change the locations and keep the same budget, we could do that. If you want to add more locations, there would be a requirement to add funding to the project.
And could I ask, Mr. Scott, if, about the selection of the regions that have been proposed? If you're confident that we've chosen the right areas?
Yeah, very confident. I mean, I'd choose them all.
Okay.
I want to look at the native grasslands up on the side of the hill here. Yeah, these were the ones we saw with the most immediate impact now. Everything needs to be dealt with. We need that baseline everywhere. But yes, these are the places that right now, I mean, we see the banks degraded over the years, the forested area in Riviera, you know, what goes on there and what happens there long term. Yeah, these are the most immediate needs.
Okay.
In our opinion, in our educated professional opinion.
I will choose to trust the expertise of the task force, as I know you guys all know this stuff better than I do. So I'll withdraw that comment. Councillor McDonald, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I wanted to just respond to that because you've identified the 6 areas, but the policy that you'll then bring forward to council will be widespread, benefiting much further than those 6 areas, right?
Well, yeah, we'll have a baseline of kind of the river and the forested area. And so, yeah, some policy and recommendations. There might be specific areas that
Sure.
need specific, there might be overall bylaws, you know, and some of those recommendations might be bylaws, you know, with all these kind of things. Education is a huge part of it. If we do all this stuff and nobody's educated on why or what or how they can help, invasive weeds, you know, which weeds to pick, which ones not to, which one's going to kill your dog, all those kind of things come with it. Enforcement's another thing. We can find a baseline, create bylaws and stuff that are going to save the natural areas, but if there's no enforcement behind that, yeah.
Right. Then it just becomes something that sits on the shelf and.
Yeah, it's an ongoing thing. I mean, to answer your environmental assessments, I have a ranching background. On our public lands where we run cattle, we do, every 10 years, we do a major environmental assessment every 10 years. So we know where we're at, we know where we're going, then we get another check. You know, it's not the environment's going forever. It's not like we do it now. It's ongoing.
For sure. It is ongoing work. And yeah, that was all I wanted to add, was that I think even though there are 6 very specific areas, the work that comes out of the assessment would benefit.
Yes, and we've got
far greater.
If you look at that, you know, there's the creek, the river, some forested areas, some grasslands, some public park areas. These are all things that are all part of the environment and all interact. And from that, we'll have a general idea of recommendations.
Okay. Any further conversation on the $100,000 for the assessment? I shall call the question. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Can I get a motion for the second piece for us to discuss it? Please.
I make a motion to approve $20,000 for the environmental education initiatives mentioned in the NEP work plan.
Any conversation, council? Questions for clarification? Councillor Gill?
I just want to ask, at what point do you need to get the information back in order to start figuring out what exactly you want to do in terms of education, or do you already have an idea? I know you say, for example, wayfinding and so on, but can you kind of get started on that before you have the full study back?
It's already been started.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Gale, the inside of the work plan was an outline of the initiatives that the education component would focus on. So the information is already kind of started of like what's the framework that we want, that we would like to put forward, and then how are we going to implement it. And so the how is where the $20,000 comes into effect.
Okay, that's it.
Councillor McFadden?
So the how of the signage, this is the actual, like, design of the signage, printing of the signage, installation of the signage?
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden, it may be signage, it may be volunteer programs where we're, bringing people out to different areas. It may be workshops where we're paying for speakers. It's a variety of different topics and implementation plan.
Okay. Yeah, so that sounds really interesting, but I do wonder if that could wait till budget, if we're not gonna roll it out until 2027, if that could wait. Or no?
Sorry, for clarification, we would be ready to roll it out in Q3.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I take it back then. Need to muse.
Okay. Councillor Singh?
Question on $100,000 was saved from the budget for the signage. Could it be used for these signs and stuff instead of $20,000? If I recollect correctly, from the budget, there was $100,000, I believe council approved it. Can that money be used towards this rather than taking from the reserve?
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, the $100,000 was allocated for wayfinding, which is like directional signage. It's not like info signage.
It's been used, all of the money's been used?
We're currently building, finishing up the wayfinding strategy. So we will have that answer here in the next few months.
And was the previous funding left over from the past year as well?
Yeah, we still have previous funding from that left
Can
over.
that be used towards this thing?
If council chooses, yeah, but like I said, this education is not just signage.
Would enforcement be part of the education?
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, inside of my operating budget, we do have educational, a small educational budget for enforcement, where my team is working with enforcement and the municipal enforcement staff that have been hired for the summer to support the current bylaws. So that's what we have for education right now. It's quite small.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll weigh in. I'll be voting in favor of the motion. I want to send a clear message to our lovely task force that your guys' time and expertise is really appreciated. You have persisted despite all odds to still be here and drive the important work you guys are doing forward. And I'm very appreciative of that. I know our town is going to benefit in the long run for fully executing on this program. And looking forward to voting in favor of it. Councillor McDonald.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize.
I just want to say it's $20,000, and I know that that's important and every dollar matters. But if this group learns about endangered trout habitat, what good is that if they can't be empowered to share that knowledge with the community, right? And this is what we gripe about: is like, oh, we got this great information, but now we're not going to do anything with it. So I feel like this second piece to me is a very small financial ask to then spread the good information.
Okay. Any further conversation? Seeing none? Call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Those opposed? Carried. All right. And I hope the message that's taken away is we appreciate what you guys are doing, and please continue. Look forward to seeing the results.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay. I believe we have ABMunis resolution process and timeline. Mr. Blanchette.
Good evening, Mayor and Deputy Mayor and Council. The purpose of tonight's presentation is to brief Council on the process, the timeline, for the timelines for submitting potential resolutions to the Alberta Municipalities Fall Convention. ABMunis conducts an annual resolutions process that enables member municipalities to highlight an issue of common concern and to recommend a course of action. If adopted by the members at the Fall Convention, ABMunis will prioritize each resolution, and the approach to advocacy will vary from letter writing to engaging media or possibly even having meeting with ministers. In advance of submitting to ABMunis for consideration, the resolution must have council approval as well as the approval of a second council. ABMunis process requires that our seconder is a municipality with a population under 10,000. There are some considerations for council when identifying potential resolutions for administration to explore. Administration will also bring forward potential resolutions for council's consideration. This slide is a snapshot of the timeline we were working with. There's extensive internal work that must be completed prior to council formally supporting a resolution, including ensuring the resolution meets all the considerations highlighted in my previous slide. It must also be acknowledged that ABMunis reviews each submitted resolution and must approve each resolution to be considered for debate at the convention. As the next step, council can provide potential resolutions to our senior advisor of intergovernmental relations by March 6th. From there, administration will ensure they meet the considerations that were set out earlier and present for prioritization to council during the workshop on March 23rd. Our recommendation is for council to accept this report as information. Thanks for the opportunity to present to you this evening. I welcome any questions that you might have.
Council, any questions? Can I get a motion? Councillor Federico?
I will make the motion that council accept this report as information, and I just want to say I think this is a good step. We've often attended ABMunis, and over my 8 years of these being on council, we haven't never brought forward a resolution. So I think it's not only an exciting opportunity for us to be able to voice, a challenge or a concern that we have, but also the experience overall for all of us to be part of it. So thank you for bringing this forward.
My hope is perhaps some of the idea generation can come from the delegations and stuff. Like, for example, we just had our task force come forwards, and they're going to present a bunch of ideas to us. The Chamber of Commerce came to me, and I said, please come to council, bring us specific things you want action on. I talked to this Land Preservation Society. I said, please come to council, talk about your specific ideas, and hopefully over the course of these meetings, we can find something that we really want to champion on behalf of what we're hearing from the community, and through Kevin and his team, I think we can do it.
Yeah, if you have any questions or any ideas, just want to reach out directly through to me. I'm happy to help you through the process. There's a bit of work to get it validated and get it pushed through, but our hope is to be able to bring that to our March 23rd working session and evaluate those proposals before we submit.
Okay, great. Any further conversation, council? Call the question. All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All righty, let's bring it in for landing. Notices of motion. Seeing none. Mayor's report. I do have a mayor's report. I will confess that I did not have time to write one of my eloquent things. I'm just gonna be winging it a little bit here based on bullet points, and then I'll give a formal written version tomorrow when I get to the office. There's a lot of provincial advocacy that's been going on. Councillor Singh and I attended the Premier's office at McDougall, which is their Calgary office, where we spoke with the Executive Director of the Alberta government, and we advocated for a number of things on behalf of Cochrane. And the biggest things we touched on: seniors housing, need for our transportation, but then also tied that, especially the need for transportation, to Cochrane's economic development as a part of Alberta's broader prosperity, with the idea being that we as politicians know everybody often shows up with their hands out looking for money, and the most effective way to talk to unelected officials to help talk about how you can help them achieve their goals. And with their goal being, I think, increasing prosperity in Alberta, we felt very strongly that talking to them about how Cochrane is part of their success story would produce a lot of results. And I also have received some feedback from the community that there were other things people wish we would have advocated for. Of course, we will go on to advocate for those other things, be it healthcare, schools, but the reality is, in that short window of time that we were given, it just wasn't possible to talk about absolutely everything. But we can come up with some follow-up letters to send to ministers. I know there's been some discussion formally and informally about that. More than willing to entertain working with council to talk about other letters of support and other things we want to communicate up to the province. One of the other things I talked about on the topic of in economic development was, very briefly, I touched on the ongoing discussion for the rail project that has been talked about in Alberta, and they didn't have anything conclusive to say one way or another. But on that topic, over the last couple of weeks, I also met with the mayor of Canmore, Sean Crossert, to talk about collaborating for future transit options. We're both very interested in seeing whether or not the province is going to be moving forward to some sort of rail solution, and if they are, then great, and if not, then perhaps we might explore some other options as to how to get people between the Bow Valley and Cochrane more efficiently. And further to the train situation, I met with a group that is advocating for that a couple times over the last couple weeks, and they're seeking letters of support for the project. And I'm working with some of the mayors of the Bow Valley Corridor Alliance of Mayors that was formed in the last term, looking to get letters of support into the Alberta government in favor of that project. And then, as actually I already mentioned this evening, in our meeting, one of the meetings that left a large impression on me over the past few weeks was with SALTS, the Southern Alberta Land Trust Society. If you've ever walked down Towers Trail behind Fireside, there's a sign that just says SALTS on it, and that's actually how I discovered them. But I reached out to them. They protect 9,000 acres in our region, and they do it through compensating landowners to not ever develop their land, and they do it with these easements. So there's an economic model in mind, and that really excited me because I have heard a lot of broad support from members of council, members of the community, as well as Rocky View, this idea of having areas where we're not going to see development and growth in the future. And finally, I have found this group that has a proven tool that it can actually be done through. And I'm going to be continuing to engage with that group and hoping to introduce them to some of our colleagues in Rocky View, as well as potentially bring them to Cochrane, to Cochrane's council, so we can hear about what they're working on. I also met with Cochrane's Chamber of Commerce to talk about issues facing our business community. Again, told them to come back to council. And then myself and Drew and Mrs. Braves went and attended the Regional Mayor's Roundtable, which has replaced CMRB. And the first meeting before Christmas was, there was some friction, shall we say, but this one that we just had, I thought was very productive. The group is finding some really nice ways to move forward collaboratively in a voluntary fashion, whereas CMRB was mandatory. And there was some discussion about creating some subcommittees. I eagerly volunteered to be part of a subcommittee related to economic development if it happens. So that's where we'd be looking at working with the mayors in the region, as well as municipal governments, to advance our economic development priorities. A note of council is we also discussed bringing one councillor along with us to all these meetings moving forwards. It's a bit of a heavier lift than a committee because it takes a half a day to come and do these things. And so we as a group need to discuss who's going to do that. And I also suspect, so whoever on council is going to come and join for that needs to be someone who can always do a half day during business hours. But then also we should talk about the duration of the appointment, because I think there'll be a lot of value in somebody being there for an extended period of time, because we're only meeting quarterly, but there's a lot of historical knowledge that's really important as to what the group has already discussed. So we'll have to have a conversation with which councillor wants to come and do that, but it would be very beneficial for someone to come and join us. And yeah, there was more that went on over the last couple weeks, been busy, but those are kind of the key highlights. Any questions? Can I get a motion to accept the mayor's report? Councillor McFadden.
I so move your brilliant report.
Okay.
Thank you for your good work.
All right, and let the minutes show that Tara the Great called it a brilliant report. Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Next up, council reports. I see you're already read.
I'm ready to go. Okay, so for context, I received this via messenger on February 10th from a resident, who I'm not going to name the resident, but this was a message I received. And it's a shout out to our frontline staff, so I wanted to share it. So, good morning. Today, a shout out to Town Waterworks. From Tanya, who took my call at 9 a.m., to Kevin, who showed up less than half an hour later to check out the concern, to Richard, who came to test our water in our sump, to the guys in the utilities truck who came to locate our shutoff valve, all of which was completed before 11 a.m. For context, we discovered trickling water at the curb in front of our house. It was not runoff from melting ice. When the water was tested from our sump, it was found to not have chlorine in it. What does it mean? Not sure, but could be a spring. It is not town water. We are very impressed by the efficiency of the crew. Let town council know, please, and to the guys and to Tanya, and at the very least, they deserve a chocolate Valentine. So I'm behind on chocolate Valentines, But it's always great to share the shout outs when they come. So shout out to the team that did such a great job for that resident. So thank you.
Councillor Verdejo.
Okay, I haven't given a council report in a long time, so I rang the bell and I greeted the crowd at the Western Canadian Boxing Championships for a new business in town, the Shadowbox. It showcased amazing male and female boxers from BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba over the long weekend. I also got to drop the puck for the Cochrane Generals Game 2 of Round 2 of the AJHL playoffs, as well as attended Game 4 personally on Friday. They're now moving on to the Self-Division Final and will face the Medicine Hat Cubs. I like to think I brought them good luck since I dropped the puck, and since then they've won. I am planning a personal event in support of Seniors for Kids Society. My Jail and Bail event will be back in May with help from King Smith Builders and the students from Rocky View Schools Building Futures program. I am also in the middle, but I have completed the first part of my fundamentals of IEP 2 public engagement training. I'm currently working towards becoming fully certified. Public engagement has been the pillar of all my election campaigns since 2017, and I'm really enjoying it. I should be fully certified by the second week of March. And then lastly, due to my community ties, I've been named as the non-voting, non-paid community liaison director for the Cochrane Lions Legacy Park Committee. Since I'll be seeking engagement from a variety of stakeholders on this project and the overall community, I will be recusing myself from any future council decision touchpoints on Legacy Park to eliminate any perceived conflict of interest. My role with the Lions is to bring the advisory board recommendations from public engagement, opportunities, and conversations which will guide the build out of Legacy Park. Council, just for the public at large, the council has been all aware of myself of taking on this position, as well as Mr. Hyman, and nothing done in secrecy, of course, but I wanted to just bring this out in the open in case there are any questions that come out of it.
Before we turn over, I have a question. So the entire area, is it now being referred to as Legacy Park? Is that kind of the preferred communications of the event center, the ball diamonds, the whole thing?
Yeah, the whole overall area is under Legacy Park, right? So, and then all of the engagement that we're doing, all of it will be taken in. It goes through the Legacy Park Committee, which then has to be voted on by the Cochrane Lions, which then will eventually end up back in front of council for land use at some point. But this is just the initial stages of everything getting kicked off, so.
Good. Councillor Singh.
It's been busy 2 weeks, so February 26th, community highlights. Congratulations to Cochrane Movie House on 27 years of serving our community since opening on February 23, 1999. I had a chance to talk to Hal today, and as he shared, we are greatly humbled and thankful to the Cochrane community and proud to be part of Cochrane Fabric. We appreciate all the support from residents and look forward to seeing you soon at the movie house. On February 25th, 2026, BGC Cochrane area will recognize Pink Shirt Day. And thanks to Councillor Flaker reminding us to wear pink. And Pink Shirt Day through intentional age-appropriate programming focused on kindness, inclusion, and anti-bullying awareness all across programs. On February 28th, Cochrane Helping Hand Society of Cochrane hosting the coldest night of the year is a winter family-friendly fundraising walk in support of local charities. This event brings our community together. Also had a pleasure to join Voices in Vision. Thanks to Black Cochrane Community Group for organizing this meaningful celebration of Black History Month at the Cochrane Library. This evening highlights something truly important, the power of culture, creativity, and leadership in shaping our community and showcase. I also had the opportunity to celebrate Lunar New Year with a few local businesses in town. Wish them and their families a year filled with happiness, good health, and prosperity. Also had attended the Culture Cooking Without Borders, organized by Cochrane Immigrant Services Committee, and I learned new dish, Dutch Hodgepodge. It was wonderful to see community members connect, share their stories, and celebrate diverse culture through food. And lastly, shout out to the Team Canada on winning the Olympic silver medal in the 2026 Winter Olympics. Also importantly, sincere thanks to many local businesses that opened their doors to bring our community together to cheer on Team Canada. Canadian Brew House, Venue, Cabeza Grande, Texas Gate, Rocky View Tap Room, Lions Head Pub. It was busy morning. People were lined up at 5:45. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to accept the council reports?
I make that motion.
Councillor McDonald. All in favor? Carried. And that leads us to closed session. Item 9A, closed session personnel exception under 29(1)D Access Information Act, advice from officials. Do we need a motion to go past 10? We will. All right, can we get that motion? Councillor Singh?
Motion to,
Go past 10, and then we'll do a motion to go into closed session. Okay, so let's do motion to go past 10. Carried. Then we need a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Gale?
I'll make the motion.
All in favor? Carried. All right. Thank you, everybody.